Chapter 9:29. The other 4 golden light guards also performed the heaven-extinguishing divine palm, but they could only perform the second style, the great moon palm. Su Yu's face was calm. His left eye radiated purple light, and his right eye began to emit a wine-red light. Time and space reversal. Time and space began to reverse. The great moon in the palms of the 4 golden light guards rapidly shrank and returned to the state of sealing. The great sun in the palm of the leader of the golden light guards resisted stubbornly for a moment, then divided into the great sun and the great moon. Then it continued to weaken. Ah, leader, I've reversed to the state of 9th grade Almighty. The 4 golden light guards cried out in horror. Not only had their appearances returned to their youthful state, but their cultivation had also been restored to the state of 9th grade Almighty. They had been beaten back to the level of Almighty from stage 2 of all creations. The leader of the golden light guards was not feeling well either. At this moment, he had fallen to stage 1 of all creations. Now, any of the all creations masters could easily kill the famous 5 golden light guards. At this moment, the 5 golden light guards felt a life and death crisis. They had never felt such a strong sense of crisis before. Take out your treasures and talismans immediately and kill them, the leader of the golden light guards bellowed. All the Almighty, including him, immediately took out a large number of treasures and talismans, all of which were powerful objects with boundless power. However, what made their hearts beat wildly was that as soon as they were taken out, they were immediately affected by the time reversal. The talismans had not been detonated, but they were immediately returned to the state of ordinary white paper under the reverse of time. From white paper, they were turned into raw materials, and then from raw materials, they turned into nothingness. As for those treasures, the spirituality that they had painstakingly cultivated, as soon as they were taken out, they were returned to the state before they were born. Their spirituality was greatly lost, and the treasures gradually degenerated into the state of raw materials. No matter what they took out, they were returned to their final state by the reverse of time. As for the 5 golden light guards, time was still reversing. The 4 golden light guards had returned from 9th grade Almighty to 8th grade Almighty, then from 8th grade Almighty to 7th grade Almighty, then from 7th grade Almighty to 6th grade Almighty. Their appearances had returned to the state of their 18-year-old youth. As for the leader of the bright light guards, he had also regressed back to his 18-year-old self. His cultivation had finally broken through the all creations and returned to the stage of an 8th grade Almighty. At this moment, a great crisis surged in the hearts of the 5 people of golden light. Unprecedented fear and uneasiness filled the depths of their hearts. From the all creations old monsters, revered by billions of people, they had fallen to the middle and late stage divine masters. This kind of fear was like falling off a cliff. The fear of stepping on air reappeared in their hearts after thousands of years. As for Su Yu, there was still a surplus of life force in his body, so he continued flowing them backward. The leader of the golden light guard shouted, "Stop! Do you really want to fight to the death?" They were afraid. A moment ago they were the net, while Su Yu was the fish. Now, Su Yu was the net, while they were the struggling fish. When they were in the form of a net, they treated Su Yu as an ant like gods. Now that it was their turn to become fish in the net, they were terrified. Su Yu replied indifferently, "Even if the fish dies, the net might not be broken." Shua, the leader of the golden light guards, quickly took out a badge from his space ring. The badge shone with a golden light, and the words Central Prefecture were carved on it. It emitted wisps of frightening spiritual pressure. As for the token, it didn't change at all despite the time reversal. It wasn't affected at all. Su Yu was very familiar with this badge, as he had almost died because of it in the past. This was because this badge could summon the projection of the Central Prefecture's king. Su Yu couldn't forget that irresistible divine power. However, at this moment, Su Yu was calm. Fine, I haven't seen the Central Prefecture's king for a long time. Let him show himself. The leader of the Golden Light guards clenched his teeth. He couldn't care less about where Su Yu's calmness came from, so he activated it. All of a sudden, the golden badge cracked open, and a ball of light shot out, projecting itself into the sky. A human figure, whose whole body was emitting golden light, suddenly appeared. The human figure was too dazzling, and it was difficult to look at it directly. It was impossible to see its face clearly. They could only vaguely see that it was a youth dressed in a golden yellow robe, who was sitting cross-legged in a secret chamber. Fifth guard, who is blocking your way again. The projection slowly opened its eyes. When they were fully opened, it saw the scene before it, and its eyes shone brightly. The figure, who was sitting cross-legged, stood up abruptly, and its eyes were fixed on Su Yu. We meet again. The corners of the Central Prefecture's king's mouth curled up slightly, and an excited look appeared on his face. However, he quickly noticed the situation of the 5 guards, and his brows furrowed. Stop! The 5 golden light guards were his rare subordinates, and he had spent a great deal of effort to nurture them. However, they had been tormented by Su Yu to this state. Su Yu was more dangerous than he had imagined. It was no wonder that the Blood Emperor had died at his hands. Su Yu had no intention of stopping. He activated the last wisp of vitality and continued to make the 5 golden light guards go back in time. The Central Prefecture's king's eyes turned cold. Fine, I gave them the badge of the projection clone with the intention of guarding against you. Now that you have shown up, don't even think about escaping this time. The Central Prefecture's king raised his hand and pressed down on the screen. All of a sudden, the space of 10,000 miles around Su Yu froze in an instant. It was as if the surroundings were pressed down by an invisible mountain. The space was motionless, and Su Yu couldn't even activate the space vortex. At this time, the Central Prefecture's king was more than 1 trillion miles away from this place. However, a trace of the projection's power was far superior to the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation that had been jointly set up by the 5 golden light guards. What kind of height had the strength of the Central Prefecture's king reached? After blocking Su Yu's escape route, the Central Prefecture's king grabbed Su Yu coldly. A majestic force grabbed Su Yu. To be precise, it was grabbing the divine 9-dragon cauldron in the depths of Su Yu's soul, trying to seize it from the air. The same scene happened again. However, this time it was different. Su Yu retrieved a golden leaf from the 9-jade spiritual pearl with one hand and threw it into the air. The delicate and small golden leaf grew with the wind and quickly became 1,000 feet in size, gently blocking the light screen. The force that was grabbing Su Yu's soul stopped abruptly. In the Central Prefecture's palace, 1 trillion miles away, in a secret chamber, the Central Prefecture's king's face suddenly turned pale. His body trembled slightly, and he immediately withdrew his palm. In the center of his palm, a golden leaf imprint was faintly discernible. To his surprise, the golden leaf imprint was actually decomposing the energy in his body. In just a few breaths, 1/10 of his power had been decomposed by the golden leaf. This made the Central Prefecture's king's face change. With a low growl, he operated a mysterious force and forcibly erased the golden leaf imprint. The imprint turned into a golden grain and returned to the other side of the light screen. The leaf of the divine tree? How did he get it? The Central Prefecture's king composed himself and asked in surprise. He stared at the image on the other side, his expression changing constantly. Although the golden leaf had blocked the light screen, it did not prevent the Central Prefecture's king from seeing the situation on the other side. Su, you could also clearly feel that the Central Prefecture's king was still paying attention to this place. At that moment, the vitality contained in a drop of Enmu's fountain of life had finally been completely consumed. Looking at the 5 golden light guards again, they were all teenagers of 15 or 16 years old. The 4 Golden Light Guards were all naked because their clothes had long been destroyed in the reversal of time. At that moment, they looked like 4 frightened teenagers, looking at Suyu in horror. Their cultivation had been forcibly reversed to the 3rd grade Almighty. As for the leader of the Golden Light Guards, he had been reversed back to the 5th grade Almighty. In fact, from their bodies, one could see how talented they had been when they were young. They had reached the middle stage Almighty at the age of 15 or 16. Looking at Juzhou, there were only a handful of them. The leader of the Golden Light Guards also stared at Suyu in horror. Even the projection of the Central Prefecture's king had been sealed by him. A deep chill surged from the soles of his feet to his whole body. Central Prefecture's king, I have some small gifts for you. The light in Suyu's left eye dimmed, and moonlight condensed on his right palm, forming a bright moon. Pow! Suyu slapped it casually, and his palm bombarded the body of the nearest Golden Light Guard. The poor Golden Light Guard had no time to react, and his body was destroyed by the palm. His soul escaped, but it was suppressed by Suyu into the soul dimension, becoming a tonic for the evil god. It was a pity that, as an all-creation stage 2 peerless strongman, his cultivation had regressed due to the reversal of time and space. Even the cultivation technique that he had cultivated in the past had been reversed to the state before he had cultivated it. Stop it! The Central Prefecture's king said in a stern voice, his eyes surging with anger. In his eyes, Suyu had always been an ant, not worth mentioning. But now, this ant had killed the subordinate that he had cultivated with great care in front of him. Moreover, he had used the heaven-extinguishing divine palm, the ultimate skill of the Central Prefecture's guards. This deliberate humiliation made the Central Prefecture's king angry for the first time. Haha, it's not over yet. Suyu smiled faintly. The wings on his back fluttered, and like a phantom, he performed the heaven-extinguishing divine palm repeatedly. Every time he paused, a Golden Light Guard was killed. Wait, I won't trouble you any more. Please let me go. Ah, what do you want us to do? Ah, I'll kill you. Ah, an unprecedented scene unfolded. The infamous 5 Golden Light Guards were being massacred by a strong martial artist of the fairy realm. The 4 great Golden Light Guards were killed by the heaven-extinguishing divine palm, regardless of whether they begged or resisted. Moreover, their bodies were shattered and their souls were suppressed. Gongsun Wuxia, who had witnessed the scene with her own eyes, was stunned and speechless for a long time. When she looked at Suyu, the look in her eyes had completely changed. She was filled with anticipation and excitement. And you? Suyu's face was covered in blood, and he smiled coldly as he looked at the leader of the Golden Light Guards. The leader of the Golden Light Guards had a grave look on his face, and he said in a low voice, "What is the meaning of your massacre?" In other words, Suyu had an unfair advantage. Suyu asked in reply, "Do you think I'm despicable, cruel, and unfair? Then, when you, the 5 great Golden Light Guards, hunted down a weak fairy junior and tried to take his life at every turn, did you ever feel that you were despicable, cruel, and unfair? Moreover, I'm the same age as all of you now. What's unfair about that? Being massacred by me only means that you were too incompetent when you were my age," Suyu said. Compared to their age, Suyu had killed them like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Chapter 930. In order to survive, he had no other choice. Of course, as a 1,000-year-old monster, how could he be willing to submit to a weakling other than absolute strength? He had many ways to undo the control, even if it was soul control. No need. However, what caused his expression to change drastically was that Suyu did not even think twice. Suyu grabbed the bloody bone palm and slapped it on his body. Puff! The leader of the Golden Light Guards let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was smashed into pieces. Even his soul was not left behind. There were 2 reasons for killing him. Firstly, he had lived for thousands of years and was proficient in many techniques. Su Yu was not sure if the son of heaven's imperial soul could be countered. Secondly, unlike Meng Tian, Su Yu had absolute prestige, which made him submit to him willingly. However, the leader of the Bright Light Guards, and all creation's old monster in the past, would he really follow a fairy junior without any complaints? After slaughtering the 5 Golden Light Guards, Su Yu looked at the light screen indifferently. How's the gift? The Central Prefecture's king watched Su Yu's actions indifferently. Then his majestic figure twisted in the light screen and gradually dissipated. He said indifferently, I accept your gift. When I come out of isolation, I will find you in person. Pop! The light and shadow shattered, leaving only the calm words of the Central Prefecture's king. The Central Prefecture's king was going to kill Su Yu in person. I'll be waiting for you at any time, Su Yu said calmly. At this moment, the golden leaves gradually dissipated and turned into golden particles. Su Yu felt that it was a pity. The tree god had 3 original leaves, and every time he used one, he would have 1 less. However, thanks to the golden leaf, Su Yu's life was saved just now. Otherwise, he would have no chance of surviving when facing the projection of the Central Prefecture's king. Looking at the drifting golden grains, Su Yu shook his head and was about to turn around to collect the relics of the 5 Golden Light Guards. However, all of a sudden, Su Yu caught a glimpse of a special particle. The rest of the granules were golden in color and appeared very dim. Only this pellet was not only very full, but it also contained traces of a terrifying aura. That aura was different from the mighty power of all creations. It was an even more powerful and mysterious aura. Su Yu was curious, and he kept the golden bead. The moment he touched it, he felt his heart palpitate. It was as if he was facing a terrifying strong martial artist. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva fiercely, Su Yu kept the golden pellet properly, preparing to study it later. Then he packed up the 5 Great Bright Light Guards' belongings. Su Yu had taken all of their space rings. Finally, Su Yu looked at Gong Sun Wuxia. She was still looking at Su Yu, while her face was filled with excitement. Are you the person who killed the Blood Emperor? Su Yu frowned. Gong Sun Wuxia had heard everything from the side, and she knew a lot of his trump cards. Su Yu was hesitant about how to deal with Gong Sun Wuxia. The most rational thing to do would be to silence Gong Sun Wuxia. But this was also the last thing Su Yu could do. Yes, Su Yu said indifferently, staring at Gong Sun Wuxia, his mind racing. Gong Sun Wuxia blushed when she heard this, and she looked shy for the first time. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she asked, Then, in tenacity, it was you who saved me from the hands of the ghost Buddha, and you suffered a blow. She was still unaware of the danger she was in. Su Yu thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes. All of a sudden, Gong Sun Wuxia's face was flushed with excitement. The Su Yu she hated turned out to be the ruthless demonic man, the mysterious youth whom she couldn't stop thinking about. Gong Sun Wuxia accepted Su Yu's explanation easily, because she had sensed the familiarity of the ruthless demonic man from Su Yu a long time ago. She had also witnessed the process of Su Yu's transformation from an old man to a handsome youth, as well as his domineering manner in which he killed the famous 5 Great Bright Light Guards. She had already guessed most of it. Now, she just wanted to get confirmation from Su Yu. Oh yeah, Brother Yuxian is the ruthless demonic man. Gong Sun Wuxia's face was filled with excitement, and she jumped up and down excitedly. It was as if she was happier than if she had become the ruthless demonic man herself. Is it worth being so happy about? Su Yu asked. Gong Sun Wuxia walked over with a smile and nodded. Yes, I'm happy. I've always wanted to see you again, but I didn't expect you to be by my side all this time. Now that I think about it, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? I happened to be in danger, and the ruthless demonic man was passing by. He saved me, and even took a palm strike for me. The corners of Gong Sun Wuxia's mouth curled into a smile, and she looked relieved. I should have known that the ruthless demonic man was actually Brother Yuxian. As she spoke, Gongsun Wuxia approached him, and the faint fragrance from her body wafted into his nose. She blinked her long eyelashes and asked, "Can you let me see that curse?" Su Yu did not refuse. Spiritual energy revolved in his chest, and a ghostly face in the shape of an evil ghost appeared indistinctly. Gongsun Wuxia bit her lip, and an apologetic smile appeared on her face. "It's him, it's really him." Gongsun Wuxia's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She had always treated people with an innocent face, but now a complicated expression that only a young girl could have appeared on her face. "I've found a way to stabilize the curse, and it will be removed when the time is right. Don't worry too much," Siyu said. Upon hearing that, Gongsun Wuxia revealed a serene smile. Yes, with the ruthless demonic man who could obliterate the 5 great golden light guards, and Xueti be trapped by a small curse? Taking a light breath, Gongsun Wuxia raised her head. Her eyes, which were as bright as purple gemstones, blinked gently as she fixed her gaze on Suyu. It was as if she was trying to engrave the handsome, silver-haired figure in the depths of her mind and never forget it. After a while, she slowly closed her eyes and said, "Come on, I'm ready." Suyu looked down at her. "You know what I'm going to do." "Yes." Gongsun Wuxia nodded and forced a smile. "Brother Yuxian, you've made an enemy of the Central Prefecture's king, and you've been hiding your identity until now. You don't want people other than yourself to know, do you? You also want to keep the matter of getting rid of the 5 great golden light guards a secret. I saw it, so I won't live. There had always been only one kind of person who could keep a secret, and that was the dead. Most living people were not reliable, and even if they were, there was a certain chance that their souls would be searched and their memories discovered. Gongsun Wuxia had witnessed everything and was prepared to be silenced. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Suyu stared at her and asked. Gongsun Wuxia's petite and thin body swayed. "I am, but I'm content. Anyway, because of my physique, I won't live for long. I'm content to see the ruthless, demonic people before I die. Besides, I'm dying to keep your secret." She was still young, but she was already prepared to face death and appeared very calm. Suyu stared at her and was silent for a long time. "Do you have any last wishes?" Gongsun Wuxia thought about it and shook her head. Then she nodded again. "I want to know your real name." Her intuition told her that Su Yuxian must be a fake name. Suyu was silent for a long time, so long that Gongsun Wuxia's face was full of disappointment. Then a gentle voice reached her ears. "The people of Jiuzhou call me Su Yuxian, and the people of the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion call me Inu. Only the people of my hometown call me by my real name, Suyu. Suyu, Suyu." Gongsun Wuxia whispered it twice, and her delicate face glowed again. She smiled sweetly. "So that's your name. I have no last wishes. Come on." Then she closed her eyes again. A pair of fan-like eyelashes fluttered gently in the wind, showing the fear and terror in the depths of her heart. Not fearing death was just a facade. "Yes." Suyu nodded, reached out a finger, and flicked it on her forehead. Then he retracted it. "It's over." Feeling the pain, Gongsun Wuxia rubbed her forehead and opened her eyes. "Don't you want to kill me?" Suyu said calmly, "There's no need for that." Since he had decided to leave the Red Blood Palace, what was the point of Gongsun Wuxia knowing or not? Gongsun Wuxia's eyes gradually brightened like a luminous pearl. Suyu glanced around. The 5 great golden light guards were dead, and the space that had sealed this part of the world had already dispersed. People from the Shangguan family and the Red Blood Palace were arriving one after another. "Wuxia, farewell. Take care of yourself." Suyu cupped his hands at her, stepped into the void, and chose to leave. Gongsun Wuxia stared at his back, her small face full of smiles. After a long while, she crushed a jade pendant. Soon, An old man dressed in a linen robe came across the void. The old man looked anxious. When he saw that Gongsun Wuxia was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said with concern, "Young Cliff Master, why did you only crush the jade pendant now and transmit your location? The 5 great divine guards of the central prefecture sealed this space, and I thought you were trapped." The old man was the All Creations elder who had been secretly protecting Gongsun Wuxia for a long time. He was also the hidden senior Lan of the outer sanctum that Suyu knew. However, in order to train Gongsun Wuxia, he would not protect her closely. He would only appear when she was in trouble. However, the 5 great divine guards of the central prefecture had appeared too abruptly, and the chaotic space had caused him to lose track of Gongsun Wuxia. Gongsun Wuxia smiled. "I'm fine, and I'm glad that those old things came to make trouble." Senior Lan frowned. "Young Cliff Master, have you seen the 5 great divine guards of the central prefecture? Does that mean that they recognized you and didn't dare to do anything to you?" If the 5 great divine guards of the central prefecture had recognized Gongsun Wuxia, they would have fled long ago. Gongsun Wuxia was not that easy to kill. She had a treasure on her that could summon the projection of a severed fairy Cliff Master. The All Creations old monsters who knew her identity did not dare to lay a finger on her. Gongsun Wuxia shook her head with a smile. "No, they didn't recognize me." "Oh, that's strange. The 5 great divine guards of the central prefecture are not good people, and they are very vicious. In Jojo, they are as vicious and merciless as the Blood Emperor. If they didn't recognize you, why would they let you go?" Senior Lan said as he twirled his beard. Gongsun Wuxia was overjoyed. It was as if she had learned another secret about the ruthless, demonic people. "Who knows? Maybe they were busy with other things and didn't pay attention to me." Senior Lan thought about it. Despite his doubts, he could only accept this explanation. The 5 great divine guards of the central prefecture are using their unique skill, the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation. It seems that they have sealed a large space to capture someone or a demonic beast. It makes sense that they didn't pay attention to you. Chapter 931. Gongsun Wuxia's face darkened, and she said, "It's not over yet. We agreed to wait for the glittering jewel perilous realm. There are still 2 months left." Senior Lan looked at Gongsun Wuxia in surprise, only feeling that she seemed to have changed somehow. He thought for a moment and said, "There are only 2 months left. After the glittering jewel adventure realm, you will follow me back to the severed fairy cliff's headquarters." Gongsun Wuxia nodded and said hurriedly, "Hurry up and send me back to the Red Blood Palace." "Oh, is there something urgent?" Senior Lan was puzzled. Gongsun Wuxia glared at him. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Senior Lan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately tore open the space with Gongsun Wuxia, and they returned to the Red Blood Palace in just a few hours. As soon as she landed, Gongsun Wuxia flew back to the Demon Mountain. She pushed open the door to the central courtyard, which was deserted. It was exactly the same as before Suyu had left. Looking at the empty courtyard, Gongsun Wuxia had a desolate look on her face. "He won't come back, will he?" Gongsun Wuxia muttered. Now that his identity had been exposed, for the sake of safety, he would not return. Gongsun Wuxia couldn't think of anything else in the Red Blood Palace that was worth Suyu staying. How could an existence that could control time and space and easily kill the 5 great golden light guards tolerate a great figure like Suyu? For a moment, Gongsun Wuxia regretted knowing Suyu's hidden identity so early. Silver Lake. Suyu returned to his old body, turned around, and returned to the Situ family's sky fortress. The formation was still there, and Lady Situ had also rushed back with some of her clansmen. She was busy preparing the supplies. Seeing that Suyu had returned from afar, the worried look on Lady Situ's face eased. She closed the formation for a moment to let Suyu in. "I'm relieved that you're fine. Lady Situ stepped forward and held Suyu's hands. She then said with emotion, "You're really lucky to have escaped from the Shao's family master's hands. Now, I'll order my people to collect the remaining resources and leave with me." Feeling Lady Situ's exquisite and tender hand, Suyu couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart, so he pulled his hand away. Lady Situ also realized that her action was inappropriate, so she looked slightly embarrassed. Suyu changed the topic and asked, "Madam, where do you plan to settle down with your people?" Upon hearing this, Lady Situ's frown reappeared. She said bitterly, "The blessed and heavenly lands are in turmoil. It's not a good idea to stay here any longer. I want to lead my family to the lifeless, sword domain to seek refuge." It was easy to say, but extremely difficult to do. Which resource-rich place in the lifeless sword domain was not occupied by others? If the Situ clan migrated there, they would definitely be regarded as intruders. Being ostracized would be a small matter, but it would be more serious if they provoked the enemy powerhouses to attack them. Coupled with the fact that the family had lost more than half of its elites, the situation was even less optimistic. "Madam, you don't have to move it," Suyu said as he crushed the jade pendant. Not long after, the ferocious birds covered the sky and arrived. When Lady Situ saw this scene from afar, her expression changed drastically. Meng Tian, family members, be on guard immediately. She was extremely surprised and bewildered. Could it be that after Meng Tian escaped, he made a comeback with the Shao clan's master? "Madam, don't be impatient." Suyu patted Lady Situ's shoulder. The ferocious bird stopped 1,000 miles away and did not come any closer. A figure quickly rushed over and landed outside the formation. Meng Tian's face was filled with helplessness. After he left, he rushed toward Tianya City while collecting the flying beasts that got lost along the way. However, he didn't expect that the spatial turbulence would become more and more intense, causing him to get lost in it. Even after half a day, he didn't manage to get far. It wasn't until the spatial disorder subsided that he managed to gather most of the flying beasts. Then he received a message from Suyu. His face was full of embarrassment. "Master, I'm sorry. I haven't gone to Tianya City yet." Suyu said, "Yes, I know. That's why I summoned you to come back midway." Lady Situ was stunned. What did Meng Tian call Suyu? "Master." "Lady Situ, let him in," Suyu said. Lady Situ was stunned. She quickly closed the formation for a moment, her eyes fixed on the huge army of ferocious birds hovering in the distance. "Meng Tian, this is Lady Situ. You've met her before." Suyu pointed at Lady Situ. Meng Tian was embarrassed. Not long ago, he was the enemy who had exterminated his family. Meng Tian pays his respects to Madam. "If I have offended you before, I hope you can forgive me." Meng Tian bowed. Lady Situ stared at him and subconsciously thought of the 7 Passions Forgotten Worries elixir. Feeling ashamed and resentful, she let out a muffled humph. "Madam, Meng Tian has served me, and so have the many birds. After he returns from Tinya City, he will stay here to train and protect you. With the power of the ferocious birds, no one will dare to invade the blessed and heavenly lands except for the Red Blood Palace and the Purple Cloud Palace. So you can rest assured," Suyu said. Lady Situ's heart was thumping. "Are you saying that those birds will protect the Situ family?" Having seen the power of the birds with her own eyes, how could Lady Situ not be tempted? But was Meng Tian trustworthy? She couldn't help but feel doubtful. Meng Tian said sheepishly, "Madam Situ, don't worry. Meng Tian is willing to follow you. Moreover, my life is at your mercy. I will obey your orders and protect the Situ family. I will not dare to act recklessly." Upon hearing such an answer, Lady Situ looked at Suyu in confusion. Suyu nodded. "Is it necessary for me to harm you?" Lady Situ's expression softened, and excitement appeared in her eyes. The power of those ferocious birds was enough to rival the 16 great factions. If that was really the case, the Situ clan would definitely be able to rally the support of countless small and medium-sized clans among the other clans and forces. The Situ family could become the overlord of a region overnight. After all, who would dare to recklessly attack the Situ family? However, Lady Situ understood that everything depended on Su Yu's will. If he ordered Meng Tian to leave, who would continue to rely on the Situ family? With a single thought, he could beat the Situ family back to its original state. All of a sudden, she seemed to understand Su Yu's intentions. Also, write a letter of divorce and inform the Shangguan family to build a new mansion in the vicinity, Su Yu said. Lady Situ was even more certain of her suspicions. Su Yu's intention was to gather all the family influences for his own use. His ambition was not small at all. However, Lady Situ had some reservations about inviting the Shangguan family over. May I ask Mr. Su, with so many families gathered here, who will be the leader? When the family influences gather together, if there is no one to give orders, there will be chaos. She hoped that Su Yu would support the Situ family. No one, Su Yu said. Lady Situ fell silent. Su Yu looked at her and said, If you think you must choose a family that can be the leader, I'm inclined to support the Shangguan family. I ordered Meng Tian to guard this place with the intention of protecting the Shangguan family. Shangguan Yunk has done me a favor, and I once promised to protect the Shangguan family in times of danger. However, the Shangguan family's mansion was destroyed, and they had nowhere to go. So I suggested that they move here. Meng Tian can also take care of the Situ family, which is the best of both worlds. If you are not satisfied, I will order Meng Tian to lead the army to find a new place for the Shangguan family to thrive. Whether the Situ family wants to move there is up to you. Lady Situ's face turned pale. It turned out that Su Yu really wanted to protect the Shangguan family, and the Situ family was just incidentally there. It was ridiculous that she thought that Su Yu had come here specifically to protect the Situ family. This cold water sobered Lady Situ up a lot. Su Yu had no need to protect the Situ family. The two of them had only crossed paths, and her request just now was really presumptuous. Lady Situ bowed and saluted him. I've been rude. I'll listen to your arrangements. She couldn't help but look at Meng Tian. If that was the case, Meng Tian would be the one in charge, and he represented Su Yu. All right, send someone to look for the Shangguan family's master. I'll wait in your mansion. After Su Yu finished speaking, he landed and entered the courtyard to regulate his breathing. After the great battle, he was a little tired. Lady Situ didn't dare to delay any longer. She ordered people to search for the people of the Shangguan family. At the same time, her eyes flashed and locked onto Meng Tian. Suppressing the displeasure in her heart, she walked over and said, Mr. Meng, please take care of me in the future. Meng Tian glanced at Lady Situ and said with a faint smile, Madam, you've come to me instead of asking for help from the master. Lady Situ looked at Su Yu, who had entered the house to rest, and smiled bitterly. The Situ family can't give him what he wants. With Su Yu's cultivation, all kinds of magical powers, and a nature-defying space-ancient spiritual body, the resources of the Situ family were nothing to him. Meng Tian, on the other hand, could give him more crystals and resources. Meng Tian smiled. Of course the Situ family can't give it, but Lady Situ can. Why don't you give it a try? If the master is happy, the benefits will be endless. Lady Situ's eyes sharpened as she stared at Meng Tian coldly. She understood what he meant. I'm only responsible for pointing out a clear path. Whether you want to do it or not, it's up to you. Meng Tian laughed, then turned around and walked away with a smile. Lady Situ bit her red lips and remained silent for a long time. The Situ family was very efficient. At dusk, the Shangguan family's master and a group of elders were invited. Everyone was sitting in the house. The Shangguan family's master was seriously injured, and the elders didn't look too good. To Su Yu's surprise, Shangguan Yunk and Shangguan Qinger had returned. They must have come back with Palace Master Hua and Palace Master Kongchan to reinforce the Shangguan family. They sat on the left side, while the Sidhu family sat on the right. Su Yu sat alone at the head of the table, while Meng Tian stood behind him. Everyone in the house was looking at Su Yu, waiting for him to give orders. Shangguan family's master, the original mansion of the Shangguan family has been destroyed. Why don't we build a mansion nearby? On one hand, we can take care of the Sidhu family, and on the other hand, Meng Tian can protect us. What do you think? Su Yu suggested. The Shangguan family's master stood up solemnly, cupped his fists and bowed. Yes, sir. He didn't look like he was talking to a junior. He was talking to a strong senior. The unprecedented combat power that Su Yu had displayed in the Sidhu family had really shocked them. His various techniques, especially his spiritual body, had shocked the world. Moreover, Su Yu had subdued a terrifying beast tamer like Meng Tian, whose strength was comparable to a faction. In front of Su Yu, the Shangguan family was much weaker. Upon seeing his father's reaction, Shangguan Yunk wore a gloating look on his face. In the past, he had imparted his family's 5 elements mysteries art to Su Yu in the hopes that he could get Su Yu's protection during a great calamity. However, he had been severely punished by his father and the elders of the family. He was even prepared to go to the Red Blood Palace to ask Su Yu for the 5 elements profound meanings art. Chapter 932. Master, you don't have to be so polite. Since you agree, it's easy. Discuss with Lady Situ and choose a suitable location to rebuild the family. Remember, don't affect the Sidhu family to avoid unnecessary conflict, Su Yu said. With his current prestige, this matter could be easily resolved. After that, Su Yu left the meeting room and returned to his room to think about his future plans. Now that the 5 golden light guards had been destroyed, and the Central Prefecture's king had witnessed Su Yu's tree god's leaf, he would certainly not send all creation's old monsters to hunt him down. He was safe for the time being, and there was no urgent reason to leave the faction. Should he return to the faction and continue his training? The only problem was that he had exposed too much in the previous battle, and even his spatial talents had been discovered. Would there be any abnormalities when he returned to the faction? Just like that, Su Yu thought about his future path. What he did not know was that on this night, the Jiuzhou continent was in an uproar. A piece of shocking news came from the Central Prefecture. The 5 great divine guards of the Central Prefecture were slaughtered, and none of them escaped. The news spread like thunder to the ears of all the great forces of Jiuzhou in just one day. It caused a huge commotion. The 5 great divine guards of the Central Prefecture were all the strongest men in the world. When the 5 of them joined forces, they were invincible. Apart from a certain prefecture's king, it was difficult for anyone to kill them. For a moment, there were many speculations. The suspicion was focused on the 9 great prefecture's kings and 2 other peerless men. One was the Duanxian Cliffmaster, and the other was Emo Tianxian. The 2 of them were the only ones who could possibly destroy the 5 golden light guards, except for the 9 great prefecture's kings. The biggest suspect was undoubtedly Emo Tianxian, who had been hostile to the Central Prefecture for years. When the news reached Emo Tianquan's ears, she was shocked. It's not the Duanxian Cliffmaster nor me. Is it the 9 great prefecture's king? She naturally understood that the 5 golden light guards were not killed by her, nor by the Duanxian Cliffmaster, who was in isolation. However, apart from them, only the 9 great prefecture's king had such absolute power. As she was thinking, the great palace master of the outside sanctum brought the seriously injured cabinet master Kongchan and palace master Hua to see her. He told her about the turmoil near the Situ and Shangguan families. It's this force again. What are they trying to do in the blessed and heavenly lands? Emo Tianxian vaguely sensed the existence of this force. It's been 2 or 3 days. Why did you only report it now? Emo Tianxian was very concerned about this force. The Void Cicada Cabinet Mistress said, "Please punish me, Palace Mistress. After I escaped, I was trapped in a chaotic space region, and I didn't get out for 2 days and 2 nights. It was only when the chaotic space ended a day ago that I managed to rush back." Upon hearing this, Mo Tianquan's eyes shone. "Chaotic space? Tell me the details." Then Cabinet Master Kongchan explained everything in detail. "It's the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation. They must be arresting someone." Mo Tianxian had long been puzzled as to why the 5 great bright light guards would linger around the blessed and heavenly lands and not leave for a long time. Looking at it now, even the 5-element heaven extinguishing formation was activated. It must be to seal space and search for a certain person. This person was most likely the one who had wiped out the 5 great bright light guards. Regarding the Shao clan that has rebelled, I'll leave it to you guys to handle it. I'm going to the scene to take a look myself. Mo Tianquan's eyes gleamed. She tore apart the void with one hand and disappeared. In the sky castle of the Situ family, Lady Situ had changed into a long silver silk robe, and a light purple belt was tied around her waist. It accentuated her graceful and beautiful figure, which was extremely alluring. She had thought about it for a long time. She felt that this was a great opportunity for the Situ family to become an overlord. If she could gain Su Yu's approval, the influences that were attached to Meng Tian in the future. No, even Meng Tian himself would listen to her orders. Then, the Situ family would no longer have any worries. Therefore, after struggling in her heart for a long time, she finally decided to serve Su Yu with her body and become his woman. She knocked on the door, but there was only silence in the room. Creak! With a gentle push, the door opened. There was no one in the room, except for a snow-white letter with a line of small words. "I'll take my leave now. See you again." Lady Situ was startled. She sat on the edge of the bed and sighed deeply. Su Yu had left the Sky Castle early in the night. After settling the matters of the Shangguan family, he felt relaxed. The only thing he had left in the blessed and heavenly lands was the alluring Cabinet Master. This woman was the only one who knew that Su Yu was going to leave the Red Blood Palace. She was also the only one who saw him off, and she was the only one who had given him all her savings. Su Yu was deeply moved by her words. A martial artist's life is like a firefly's light in the world of mortals, and it will be extinguished in an instant. I hope that you can come back to see me in your lifetime, regardless of whether you are my person or my grave. He didn't want to see a grave instead of a person when he looked back at her. After pondering for a whole night, Su Yu decided to rush to the Heavenly Knife region to inquire about the alluring Cabinet Master's safety. He left overnight, crossing the Silver Lake that had turned into a mulberry field. After flying over the Silver Lake for a short while, Su Yu gradually came to a stop. He looked back and was silent for a moment. "You've been following me for so long. Aren't you going to show yourself?" The Silver Lake was calm. After a few breaths, a pitch-black crack in the space appeared. A purple figure stepped out of it. She was beautiful and refined, dressed in a purple robe and looked like a fairy. A pair of clear, watery eyes shone like crystals. "Should I call you Su Yuxian, or Inyu, or Su Yu?" the purple-robed woman asked. This was what Su Yu had told Gongsun Wuxia. At that time, the purple-robed woman had been there. "Since you already know, I'll call you Su Yu." Su Yu looked at her, his eyes filled with pity and helplessness. The purple-robed woman suddenly became fierce. "Even your name is fake. It was you who killed Uncle Blood Emperor." Su Yu said calmly, "Didn't you already know when you pretended to be a golden light guard in the fairy confining forest?" The purple-robed woman before him was none other than Zishuan. Zishuan asked, "How did you know that I pretended to be a golden light guard?" In fact, it was only yesterday that Su Yu understood. When he had gone to meet the silver-masked man at the severed fairy cliff, he had encountered a golden light guard. However, he hadn't tried to kill Su Yu. Instead, he had left on his own. That question had been lingering in Su Yu's mind. It wasn't until yesterday, when he used the power of time and space to obliterate the Golden Light Guard, that he realized that none of the 5 great Golden Light Guards auras matched those of the people in the fairy confining forest. It was only then that Su Yu realized that he hadn't met a Golden Light Guard in the fairy confining forest that day. Someone had pretended to be a Golden Light Guard, and they had found out that Su Yu was the wanted criminal who had killed Blood Emperor. There was only one person who was familiar with the Golden Light Guard and had the ability to disguise as one. It was Zishuan. Ever since she had come back from the Yuling Mountain, Su Yu had felt that she had changed. She wasn't as silly and adorable as before. I trusted you so much, and I relied on you to find the murderer. I didn't expect that you would be the person I was looking for, Zishuan said coldly. As she recalled the past, Zishuan felt like she had been deceived. Are you going to kill me? Su Yu asked. He still had to protect Xia Jingyu and Qin Xianer, so he wouldn't die here. Zishuan's whole body trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The past was fleeting, but he had given Zishuan a vague friendship, so she couldn't kill him. Can you tell me why you wanted to kill Uncle Blood Emperor? He watched me grow up, and in my eyes he was the kindest grandfather I had ever had, Zishuan said. Why did you want to kill him? Kindest is only for you, but for me and the living creatures of the Jinlong continent. He was the bloodiest, most vicious, and most cruel murderer. How many billions of living creatures have died at his hands? I killed him just to avenge him. So you said. Zishuan's eyes shone with a fierce light. You're lying. He's not that kind of person. Her cold shout shattered the mountains within a radius of 1,000 miles, and her murderous intent and anger were released silently. Su Yu was not afraid, and he said calmly, You know in your heart whether I'm talking nonsense or not. You don't have to deceive yourself. Zishuan's delicate body trembled, and she was speechless. She had grown up in the palace of the central prefecture, and all she did was practice and practice. She had almost no contact with the outside world. In her eyes, the central prefecture's king and the Blood Emperor were the closest and kindest people. However, after escaping from the palace and entering the world, she had more or less heard of the Blood Emperor. He had killed countless people, and his methods were extremely cruel. He was tyrannical and full of evil deeds. Therefore, after she had found out Su Yu's true identity in the fairy confining forest, she hadn't done anything. It seemed like everything was different from what she knew. Therefore, she had followed Su Yu all the way, from the mission to kill Lemo Yang, to the rescue of the Sidhu family, and just now. The Su Yu she saw was a Su Yu who would never kill the innocent, and who would save his fellow faction members. He selflessly saved Bing Wuxin and Gong Sun Wuxia, and selflessly aided the Sidhu family. In order not to implicate them, he traveled alone, and was hunted by the Shao family's master. In the end, he had the opportunity to kill Gong Sun Wuxia, but he let her go. Was this Su Yu really the cruel enemy that the Central Prefecture's king had mentioned? She was deeply shaken, and she couldn't help but wonder if the Central Prefecture's king was lying to her. Zishuan, if you want to kill him, do it now, Su Yu said. In the future, it will be extremely difficult to take revenge. Zishuan looked at Su Yu from afar, her eyes full of complex emotions. If she had wanted to kill him, she would have done it long ago, and she would have had countless opportunities to not give Su Yu any chance to use the tree god's leaf, and she wouldn't have even been discovered by Su Yu. She had come, and she had shown herself, just to ask for an explanation, to be at ease, and then bid farewell. After a long silence, she regained her calmness. Wait until I go back and ask, then I'll take your life. When she finished speaking, she turned into a residual shadow and crossed the void, ready to leave. Su Yu was silent. Perhaps it was in the vicinity of the elegant Spirit Mountain that Zishuan had gradually noticed that something was amiss when she had been looking for Su Yu's traces. This was why Su Yu's traces had always appeared in the places that Su Yuxian had gone to. but he had always found nothing when he was with her. This was why she had disguised herself as a golden light guard to test Suyu. As he looked in the direction in which Zishuan had left, Suyu wanted to ask her to stay, but he hesitated. Right at that moment, a pained groan was heard. Zishuan, who had just torn open the space, was suddenly attacked, and her body flew backward from the crack. A crack appeared on her palm, which was as fair as jade, and drops of snow-white, crystal-clear blood flowed out. Zishuan looked at the crack as if she was facing a great enemy, and she shouted, "Who is it? Who is sneak-attacking me?" Swoosh! A black flowing light flew out from the crack. When the flowing light came to a stop, an exquisite, beautiful, and cold woman could be seen floating in the void. She had a sun-moon crown on her head, and her aura was soaring. The surrounding mountains shook, and the ground trembled slightly. Countless ferocious birds and demonic beasts fled in fright. Her imposing manner was like that of an empress. He, the Central Prefecture's king's female disciple, a member of the crystal race with an ancient spiritual body. He is actually willing to let you out. Isn't he afraid that the cauldron he has been cultivating for so many years will be taken away by another man? The woman smiled coldly. Zishuan didn't understand what she was talking about, so she shouted, "Who are you? Why did you attack me? Didn't the Central Prefecture's king tell you that you must first know who the territory's owner is when you come to it?" The woman looked at Zishuan, her eyes filled with pity. Zishuan was startled, and she asked, "Are you Emo Tianxian?" Emo Tianxian? Yu was quite surprised, and he wondered, "How did I end up running into the Red Blood Palace's master, Emo Tianxian?" This legendary woman was well known to Suyu, and her achievements were only second to Jian Wuxing's. "It's good that you know her. Since the Central Prefecture's king dared to let you come to the blessed and heavenly lands, then don't leave. Stay here for me, as I'm very interested in the ancient spiritual body." Emo Tianxian smiled coldly as she threw out a blurry black shadow from her palm. As soon as the black shadow appeared, it emitted a shocking and ruthless demonic energy. Its power was shocking. All of a sudden, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sky was covered by demonic energy. It was as if doomsday had come. Yu was secretly surprised. What kind of weapon could be so terrifying? The only thing that could compare to it was the flying guillotine that he had snatched from the female all creation. As he thought about it, Yu couldn't help but look at Emo Tianxian. The more he looked, the more he felt that Emo Tianquan's face was similar to that of the woman who had disguised herself as a man. When he looked at the black shadow again, a trace of its true appearance was revealed. It was in the shape of a gear, the flying guillotine. Boom! Yu's mind was blown. The female all-creation that day was the palace master of the Red Blood Palace, Missouri Tianxian. As a student of the Red Blood Palace, Yu had knocked out the palace master, snatched her treasure, and swaggered around right under her nose without being discovered until now. Just thinking about it made Yu break out in a cold sweat. How lucky must I be to be able to survive under Emo Tianquan's nose until now. The flying guillotine killed invisibly, and Zishuan had been injured because of it. Seeing that the terrifying demonic supreme fairy artifact was about to attack again, Zishuan's whole body flickered with fluorescent light, and she gradually turned into a transparent crystal from the inside out. In the blink of an eye, she had turned from a living human into a crystal that looked like a sculpture. Crap! The flying guillotine, which was a demonic supreme fairy artifact that could easily cut through an all-creation strong man, rubbed against Zishuan's arm, creating a series of sparks. It left a remnant mark, and was sent flying away. As expected of an ancient crystal spiritual body, I'm even more interested in you now. Emo Tianxian smiled, took back the flying guillotine, and imbued vital energy into it. All of a sudden, the flying guillotine emitted a bloody smell, and a bright red spot appeared on the gears of the flying guillotine. From afar, It looked like a blood-stained gear, and it gave off an unusually fierce and uneasy feeling. Zishuan's face changed, and the fluorescent light on the surface of her body flickered again. The crystal became even more transparent and pure. However, the speed of her crystallization couldn't keep up with the speed of the flying guillotine. Ah! With a horrible shriek, Zishuan's arm was cut by the flying guillotine. This time, the crystal was cut open, and the flying guillotine almost cut off her arm. Zishuan made a prompt decision, and she slapped the flying guillotine away, saving her life. Facing Mo Tianxian, Zishuan didn't even have the power to protect herself. Stay here obediently and I won't hurt you. I just want to study your spiritual body. If you refuse as your teacher's sworn enemy, I can't find a reason to let you go back alive, Mo Tianxian said. Zishuan clenched her teeth, turned around, and tore the space apart to escape. Mo Tianxian didn't chase after her. Instead, she clenched her fist, and the space fissure in front of Zishuan closed with a bang. Your teacher should have told you that in this world, apart from the 9 great prefectures' kings, there aren't many people who can compete with me in space power, Mo Tianxian said calmly, her eyes turning cold. If you refuse again, I won't be polite anymore. However, right at that moment, a space power appeared beside Zishuan, and she was instantly transported in front of Suyu. Zishuan only had time to see Suyu's figure, who was right in front of her, before Suyu grabbed her by the waist and leaped into a space vortex. The space vortex was extremely deep, and even Zishuan, who was in all creation, found it unfathomable. She didn't know where it led to. Suyu had thought it through. If he stayed and was recognized by Mo Tianxian, he would surely die. So he might as well use the space vortex and escape with Zishuan. Although he didn't know where they were escaping to, it was still better than staying. Mo Tianxian had been paying attention to Zishuan all along, and she didn't care about the people below. However, she reacted quickly and said coldly, "You have a helper?" "Humph." Mo Tianxian grabbed at the air, and Suyu, who had already stepped into the space vortex, was dragged back. This caused Suyu to be shocked. Zishuan was dragged back together with him. Seeing that the two of them were about to be dragged back, Suyu gritted his teeth and looked at Zishuan deeply. "If I've hurt you, please forgive me. Take care." Zishuan seemed to understand what Suyu was going to do, and she was moved. "Stop." However, Suyu had already exerted his strength, and with a palm he pushed Zishuan deeper into the space vortex, and she was transported by it completely. "No." Zishuan shouted loudly, and her heart was moved. She had never expected that the person who would save her in the end would be Suyu, whom she wanted to kill. A warm current flowed into the depths of her heart. Suyu was dragged out alive, and Mo Tianxian held him down in the air. Mo Tianxian was furious when she saw what had happened in the space vortex. She had finally managed to capture the ancient crystal body that the Central Prefecture's king regarded as a treasure, but in the end it had been let go by this old fellow. "You're courting death." Mo Tianxian was furious, and she pulled Suyu in front of her, her face full of anger. However, when she saw Suyu's face clearly, she was stunned on the spot, as if she had been struck by lightning. After a long while, she suddenly screamed, "It's you, old perverted thief." How could she forget that familiar face? Not only did he molest her, but he had also knocked her unconscious and taken away her flying guillotine. What was even more hateful was that he had taken it and sold it. She had never dared to publicize this matter, and she had not even dared to send people to inquire about the whereabouts of the flying guillotine, because it would be too shameful if it was spread out. As the palace master of the Red Blood Palace, an existence that could compete with the prefecture's king, her original life treasure had been knocked unconscious and taken away by an old man who had just passed by. She found it hard to talk about this matter. Fortunately, the flying guillotine had been accidentally purchased by the Duanxian cliff master, whom she was familiar with, so she could avoid becoming a laughing stock. How could she forget this face? She had never thought that she would meet this guy here. Su Yu's heart thumped, and he said embarrassedly, "Miss, you have mistaken me for someone else." Chapter 933. Ahem, miss, let's talk this out. We've never met before. You must have misunderstood something. Pulling at each other in public is disgraceful, Su Yu said calmly. Mo Tianxian was still smiling coldly, as if she had found an enemy. I would recognize you even if you turned into ashes. Come back to the Red Blood Palace with me first. Not only did she restrict Su Yu's vital energy flow, but she also sealed one of his special meridians, making him unable to speak. Creak! Mo Tianxian tore the space apart and brought Su Yu across the void. Several hours later, they had crossed half of the blessed and heavenly lands and returned to the top of the Red Blood Palace's inner palace. Looking at the familiar fairy confining forest, Su Yu wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had been forcibly brought back. Greetings, Palace Master! 2 ninth grade Almighty flew out of the inner palace and greeted them. They were the left and right palace masters of the inner palace. They glanced at the old man being held by Mo Tianxian with a strange expression. What was going on? Mo Tianxian said. Did anything happen in the palace while I was away? The left palace master's face turned grave as he nodded. There are 2 things. First, all of Juzhou's kings, except for the Central Prefecture's king, have sent someone to inquire whether the death of the Central Prefecture's 5 great golden light divine guards is related to the Red Blood Palace. In the whole world, Mo Tianxian was the most suspicious. First, the 5 great golden light guards died tragically in the Red Blood Palace's territory. Second, Mo Tianxian had the motive and ability to kill them all. So what if it's related? Unless the prefecture's king asks, ignore it. Mo Tianxian snorted. She had personally rushed to the scene to investigate and found some clues. The left palace master was slightly stunned. If the lifeless prefecture's king asks, how should we respond? Jian Wuxing had a deep relationship with the Red Blood Palace. She could be considered the Red Blood Palace's backer. Mo Tianxian pondered for a moment and said, forget it. Spread the news that the one who killed the 5 great divine guards of the Central Prefecture is the new demon talent who killed the Blood Emperor. The left palace master and the right palace master's faces changed. Palace master, are you talking about the rumored ruthless demonic cultivator with blood-red hair and eyes? The right palace master sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only had Blood Emperor died at the hands of that ruthless demonic cultivator, but the 5 great golden light guards had also been annihilated by him. This person's magical powers were unparalleled, and there was hardly anyone below the 9 great prefecture's kings who could rival him. It's him. I found a lot of traces of time reversing. It's exactly the same as the death of the Blood Emperor. In this world, it can only be done by the mysterious diabolism. Mo Tianxian frowned and was a little fearful. This ruthless diabolism was indeed too powerful. Mo Tianxian was confident that she could kill Blood Emperor. It would be easy to kill a few of the 5 great bright light guards, but it would be difficult to annihilate all of them. Moreover, the other party had the projection of the Central Prefecture's king, so annihilating them was easier said than done. But that ruthless demonic cultivator could do it. If that's the case, we need to be on guard against this person. He's appeared in our blessed and heavenly lands more than once, the left palace lord said in a deep voice. Mo Tianxian said, don't worry. If he wanted to harm the blessed and heavenly lands, he would have done so a long time ago. Why would he wait until now? Moreover, the people he killed were all important subordinates of the Central Prefecture's king. They were not demons who killed indiscriminately. You just need to be vigilant and don't worry too much. Let's continue. What's the second matter? Mo Tianxian asked. The left palace lord said, the second matter is that the Heavenly Knife region sent an emissary here. Mo Tianxian sneered. The Heavenly Knife region? They lost face in Tinya City, and now they sent an emissary here. Are they trying to play tricks again? It would be strange if the Heavenly Knife region could keep their composure after being uprooted overnight. Exactly. They hope to have another duel with the Wood Clan's language experts of the Blessed and Heavenly Lands. If they win, they hope to keep 100 shops. If they lose, they'll have to compensate an additional 100 million crystals. 100 million crystals was a huge fortune for the Red Blood Palace. 100 million? It seems like they came prepared. Mo Tianxuan's eyes shone. The left palace, Lord nodded. Apart from Elder Qin and Elder Lin, there's another mysterious person among the Wood Clan's language masters they brought with them. Before they came to the Red Blood Palace, they challenged Master Gao of Tinya City. In the end, Master Gao admitted defeat after 3 rounds. Mo Tianxian squinted her eyes. I heard that Master Gao received the teachings of Su Yuxian, Master Su. How come he couldn't even withstand 3 rounds? It's true. Deputy General Manager Wu sent us an urgent message to remind us to pay attention to that mysterious person, the Left Palace Lord said. Mo Tianxian nodded slowly. She wasn't too worried. Palace Lord, please decide how we should receive the emissary, the Right Palace Lord said. Mo Tianxian snorted. Is there a need to ask? They intended to defeat Master Gao first, and then come to see us. Obviously, they want to challenge us. If the Red Blood Palace doesn't accept the challenge, we'll become a laughing stock. Moreover, we have Master Su. What's there to be afraid of? Tell Su Yuxian and Master Su to accept the challenge. The Left Palace Lord and the Right Palace Lord were solemn, but they weren't flustered. Su Yuxian, who was from the outside sanctum, had amazing attainments in the Wood Clan's language. Yes, we'll do it now. The two agreed. The Right Palace Lord paused and said, There's one more thing. Please punish us. Say it. Mo Tianxian stared at him. The Right Palace Lord had a bitter look on his face. I'm incompetent. I failed to see through the Shao family's ambition in advance. Shao Chuanguang, a direct descendant of the Shao family, took the opportunity to escape from the faction before the Shao family rebelled. We didn't know where he went. When we rushed to the Shao family, it was already empty. Mo Tianxian looked calm. I'm in isolation all year round. I don't care about the affairs of the world. I'm also responsible. It's not your fault. The Shao family's rebellion is just a facade. There's an unimaginably mysterious force behind it. You must be careful. After that, Mo Tianxian waved her sleeves. Go. Tell Master Su to deal with the emissary of the Heavenly Knife region. I have some private matters to deal with first. I'll receive the emissary later. Su Yu hurriedly winked at her. His eyes kept rolling. He was trying to say, I'm the master Su Yu mentioned. However, in Mo Tianxuan's eyes, it had a different meaning. Humph. Still trying to play tricks. Mo Tianxian sneered. Swoosh. Mo Tianxian stepped into the secret room while carrying Su Yu. The Left Palace Lord looked at Su Yu in surprise. He wondered, who on earth is this person? Why did he disturb Mo Tianxian to deal with him personally? The Right Palace Lord was also full of doubts. However, neither of them pursued the matter. Instead, they each ordered their subordinates to go to the outside sanctum to inform Su Yuxian to come to the inner sanctum. The emissary's audience with Su Yuxian was the responsibility of the Red Blood Palace's honor and disgrace. If it could be done well, it would be a great merit. Hence, both of them naturally fought to be the first to do it. Su Yu was brought into the secret room. Mo Tianxian said coldly, You didn't expect to fall into my hands, did you? You've earned a lot from my fairy artifact, haven't you? At the same time, the vital energy in Su Yu's body was released, and he was able to speak. When did I sell you a fairy artifact? So you chose to deny it firmly. You almost got me killed. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. And now you're the one complaining. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianquan's anger rose. Stealing her fairy artifact was one thing, but she was still in a coma and had been molested by the old perverted thief. Su Yu's refusal made Mo Tianqian very angry. Chapter 934. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. You are right. There really was one person at that time. It was a mysterious young man. After he saved you, he said that he would never save a person for free, and that the person he saved had to pay the price. In the end, he took your things. I couldn't beat him, so I could only watch him leave. Mo Tianquan's eyes turned slightly. According to the severed fairy cliff master, the one who sold her the fairy weapon was the ruthless, demonic cultivator who was extremely famous. Could it be that he had really misunderstood this old man as the person who had saved him? If that's the case, why did you say that you didn't know me when I caught you? Moreover, you were the one who knocked me out, weren't you? Mo Tianqian asked suspiciously. Su Yu explained, isn't that only natural? When you woke up, you were brimming with killing intent. I was afraid that you would misunderstand, so of course I had to injure you. After I was caught by you, I was worried that there would be a misunderstanding and that I would be hurt, so I covered up. At first glance, Mo Tianqian felt that it made sense. No matter how he looked at it, the old man in front of him was just an ordinary fairy. So, how could he possibly deal with the ghost world's great emperor's extreme evil ghost energy? Could it really be that new star of the demonic path? Mo Tianqian was lost in thought, and she was slightly disappointed. When she had caught Su Yu, she was truly excited and delighted. The extreme evil ghost energy had haunted her for many years, causing her to be stuck at the all-creation realm, unable to advance any further. He had thought that he had obtained a fortuitous encounter, but who would have thought that there would be a mishap? However, for some unknown reason, Mo Tianqian vaguely felt that something was amiss. Her clear eyes stared at Su Yu. Why do I feel that not a single word of yours can be trusted? In fact, Su Yu's heart was beating like a drum. If Mo Tianqian searched his body, not only would the 9 jade spiritual pearl be discovered, the rings of the 5 golden light guards that he had just obtained would definitely be exposed. His identity as a ruthless demonic man would also be exposed. Then what are you going to do? Su Yu was as calm as ever. Mo Tianquan's eyes flickered. I'll know once I search your soul. I'll check your memories, and I'll know if it's true or false. Su Yu's heart thumped. Soul search? It's worse than a body search. Do I need to use the tree god's leaf? However, at such a close distance, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to use it. Mo Tianqian was a valiant existence who could suppress the 5 great bright light guards all by herself. Palace Master, something bad has happened. Suddenly, 2 voices came from outside the door at the same time. It was the left and right palace masters. Mo Tianqian frowned and asked coldly, "What's going on?" Didn't I order Master Su Yuxian to deal with the envoy first? How long had it been? They were back. Palace Lord, it's about Master Su. The left palace Lord looked serious and anxious. Mo Tianqian had no choice but to temporarily give up on searching his soul. She opened the stone door and asked, "What happened to him?" "Princess, when we sent a message to the outer sect, we found out that Master Su had accepted a mission and left the sect a few days ago. He hasn't returned yet," the left palace master said. Mo Tianqian furrowed her brows. "He's not in the faction at this critical juncture? What mission? Where is he now?" "Palace Master, it's a mission to kill Mo Yang. According to Outer Sanctum's Pavilion Master Kong-chan and Palace Master Hua, Mo Yang was last seen at the Situ clan. Afterward, he disappeared and we can't contact him." The right palace master furrowed his brows. Without Su Yuxian's support, no one in the Red Blood Palace could accept the emissary's challenge. Mo Tianqian was annoyed. "Then what are we waiting for? Immediately send someone to inform the Situ clan and ask them about Su Yuxian's whereabouts. In addition, send inner court disciples with faster movement techniques to search for him. We must find him as soon as possible. What about the emissaries? The left palace master asked, sensing the urgency of the matter. I can only go see them in person and delay them, Mo Tianxian said. She looked back at Su Yu, who was in the secret chamber, and said, Detain him. I'll interrogate him later. Then she left in a hurry. The left and right palace masters followed closely behind. A few indifferent guards walked in, grabbed Su Yu, and took him to the Red Blood Palace's prison. Su Yu said hurriedly, Hey, wait, I'm Su Yuxian. Unfortunately, Mo Tianxian, the left and right palace masters, and the others were all peerless strong men who could travel millions of miles with a single step. Su Yu's words were only heard by the two guards. They were indifferent and just obeyed Mo Tianxuan's mission mechanically, locking him up in the inner palace's prison. Although it was called a prison, it was actually a sealed house with resting rooms, training rooms, and maids. It was even better than the treatment at the Demon Mountain in the outer palace. Apart from losing his freedom, there was no suffering. Su Yu smiled bitterly. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. He would first prepare the axis, and then use the tree god's leaf to escape. After being sealed in the house, Su Yu immediately entered the training room to isolate himself. First, he checked the 5 space rings urgently. Su Yu was looking forward to these 5 rings. The collection of all creations must be enormous. Moreover, they belonged to the Central Prefecture's king's most trusted 5 golden light guards. He tried to probe with a trace of his soul energy, but all he saw was darkness. His soul couldn't penetrate them. What's going on? Su Yu asked in surprise. The 5 great golden light guards were clearly dead. So why couldn't the rings be opened? Normally, after the owner died, the space ring would become an ownerless object, and any martial artist could open it. Could it be that my soul energy is too weak, and it's not enough to open the rings that have been recognized by all creations? Su Yu couldn't help but guess. In fact, his guess was not far off the mark. The rings of all creations' old monsters, in addition to being recognized by the blood of their owners, were usually augmented with the space perception unique to all creations' old monsters. Different all creations' old monsters had different perceptions of space. Therefore, even the all creations who were far stronger than him could not open the space rings. Apart from himself, no one could open them. Su Yu tried the 5 rings one by one, but his soul energy was blocked without exception. This disappointed Su Yu greatly. However, Su Yu wasn't willing to give up. After pondering this for a while, an idea appeared in the depths of his mind. A beam of wine-red light flickered in Su Yu's right eye and shot into one of the space rings. Su Yu wanted to use space teleportation to move the items out of the ring. When his space energy entered the ring, it became very obscure and difficult to penetrate. However, unlike his soul energy, a faint wisp of space energy managed to enter the ring's interior successfully. Su Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately controlled this wisp of space energy to grab the items in the ring. Since this space energy was very weak, the items that could be moved out were very few. Swish! All of a sudden, a light flickered, and a lump of items was swept out by the space energy. It fell on the ground and emitted a tinkling sound. When he lowered his head to take a look, he saw that it was 3 or 4 crystals. Su Yu was disappointed, as he didn't care about crystals at all. When he was about to continue teleporting, a cracking sound came from the ring's surface, and a hair-thin crack appeared on it. Then it exploded with a bang. Su Yu's expression changed, and he threw it away. The moment it left his hand, a pitch-black space fissure erupted from the ring's interior. All of the items in the ring were sucked into the depths of the space fissure. Su Yu's face fell. The space ring had actually shattered. Such a forceful teleportation method had affected the space energy arranged in the ring, which had caused the ring to self-destruct. As he lowered his head to look at the remaining 4 rings, Suyu hesitated slightly. It seemed like he could only try once with the remaining 4 rings. Chapter 935. With a flash, Suyu chose to continue. Once Mo Tianxian was free and found a few rings, he would lose the chance to try again. Clenching his teeth, Suyu tried to infuse space energy into the second space ring. He pulled out an item immediately. Before he could observe what it was, the ring shattered with a crack. The items in the ring were all sucked into the space turbulence and turned to dust. Looking down at the items that had been pulled out, Suyu could not help but twitch his mouth. Another 3 crystals. There were at least tens of millions of crystals in the space rings of all creation's old monsters, and most of them must be crystals. If he wanted to randomly pull out other useful items, he would have to rely on his luck. Taking a light breath, Suyu instilled the energy of space into the 3rd ring, quickly wrapping it around an item and pulling it out. The 3rd ring shattered as expected. Suyu furrowed his brows as he looked at the objects in his hand. They were 3 fiery red, shiny crystals. Crystals again! Halfway through a sentence, Suyu stared at the crystals again and pinched them between his index finger and thumb. Something doesn't seem right. From the outside, they looked no different from ordinary crystals, but the purity of their spiritual energy was 10,000 times that of ordinary crystals. Even a fragment of it could not be compared to a whole crystal. Could it be the legendary top-grade crystals? Suyu's eyes lit up. Crystals were divided into lower, middle, and top grades. Lower grades were commonly used as currency. Middle grades were extremely rare because their spiritual energy was 100 times purer than lower grades. They were often used as spiritual items for training and could not be found in the market. As for top-grade crystals, they were mostly seen in books and rumors. There were almost no records of top-grade crystals being sold in public. The purity of the spiritual energy contained in top-grade crystals was considered the highest in the world. They were extremely important and were usually used as the energy source of super top-notch formations. They were usually stored as top-notch strategic resources of the faction and would never be sold. As one of the 2 great factions of the Blessed and Heavenly Lands, the Red Blood Palace only had 3 top-grade crystals in storage. The Purple Cloud Palace was almost the same, with no more than 3. Suyu had only 1, which showed how valuable it was. Its value was almost the same as a defective immortal artifact. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally obtained something good. Although it was useless for now, it would be useful in the future. He put it together with the 2 remaining drops of the Fountain of Life and the 2 leaves of the Tree God. Finally, there were 2 rings left. Suyu's eyes were filled with anticipation as he opened the rings of the 4 golden light guards. Using the same method, Suyu successfully took out a jade stone that was shining with azure light. It wasn't a crystal. Suyu's heart was filled with anticipation. When he fixed his eyes on it, he noticed that there were many small words on it. When he finished reading the first paragraph, his pupils constricted and his breathing quickened. The remaining 2 moves of the heaven-extinguishing divine palm. Suyu's heart was beating wildly. What was recorded on the jade stone were the remaining Supreme Sun Palm and Divine Light Palm. Elder Zhou only knew the first move, the Moon Palm, and that was the only move that he had taught Zhangxian. Now that Zhangxian had learned the other 2 moves, he could use them to make up for his shortcomings. Now that I have this scroll, this adventure was worth it, Suyu muttered to himself as he kept the jade stone. Then Suyu looked at the last ring, which belonged to the leader of the Bright Light Guards. His storage should have far surpassed that of the other 4 Bright Light Guards. Suyu looked at the last ring, which belonged to the leader of the Golden Light Guards. His storage should be far greater than the other 4 Golden Light Guards. With a pung sound, the ring shattered. No one knew just how much wealth there was, but it was drawn into the chaotic streams of space and thus wasted. With a bang, the ring shattered. No one knew how much wealth had been rolled out, but it was a brush pot. What surprised Suyu was that it wasn't an elixir or a cultivation technique, but a brush holder. There were 5 different colored brushes in the brush pot. "What is this?" Suyu looked at the brush pot and found a line of small words on the side of the brush pot. A simplified version of the heaven-extinguishing 5 elemental formation. Suyu's eyes flashed. He continued to read, and the more he read, the more delighted he became. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha! The 5 golden light guards. You're letting me off easy even before you die." Suyu held the brush pot and smiled. This brush pot was a treasure that the 5 golden light guards had jointly refined. It had been mixed with many fairy artifact fragments. In terms of grade, the brush pot was no less than a semi-manufactured fairy artifact. Its function was to unleash the 5 golden light guards' heaven-extinguishing 5 elemental formation, which could only be performed by the 5 golden light guards. Unlike the original version of the 5 elemental formation, which required 5 powerful golden light guards to jointly set up, this simplified version of the treasure could be fully activated by just one person instilling vital energy into it. It could be said that any all-creation old monster below stage 3 of all creations could be forcibly suppressed. If Suyu encountered an all-creation old monster again, he would have another powerful trick up his sleeve. This item was more useful to Suyu than the remaining 2 moves of the heaven-extinguishing divine palm. Since the 5 golden light guards were dead, the refining mark left on the brush pot naturally dissipated. Suyu easily refined the item and turned it into his treasure. Suyu put it away, contentedly. Finally, he took out a golden dust. This dust was one of the yellow powders that filled the sky after the tree god's leaf had withered. Because it contained mysterious energy, Suyu had preserved it. He stared at the dust and sensed the energy within it in detail. The more he sensed it, the more terrifying it felt. It was a kind of energy that surpassed the all-creation's mighty force. It was extraordinary, although Inmu was strong and could be said to be at the peak of all creation. He had never displayed such a peak-level energy. From this, there could only be one possibility: the mortal fairy's strength. For some unknown reason, the dust contained an enormous gust of the mortal fairy's strength. The energy was very pure. After removing the impurities and scents, it had become natural energy that could be absorbed by any living creature. Could it be that the tree god's leaf has absorbed the central prefecture's king's energy? Suyu narrowed his eyes and speculated about what had happened. Suyu had already experienced the inhuman power displayed by the central prefecture's king's projection. Now, it seemed that the central prefecture's king had stepped into the mortal fairy realm. It seems that the tree god's leaf has purified this energy, and the central prefecture's king's scent has been completely purified. Suyu stared at the dust, and his eyes shone. Suyu had seen the tree god's purifying ability with his own eyes. Suyu was not surprised that the tree god's leaf contained such power. Originally, even if he had obtained the central prefecture's king's mortal fairy strength, it would be useless. The remnant scent of the central prefecture's king alone prevented the energy from fusing into the body of an outsider. That scent could even kill an outsider. However, after being purified by the tree god's leaf, it became pure energy. This was something that the central prefecture's king had never thought of. The mortal fairy's strength? Suyu's eyes shone. He placed the dust between his palms and slowly absorbed a trace of energy, which was less than 1% of the dust. However, when the energy entered his body, Suyu was shocked. The seemingly small amount of mortal fairy's strength flooded Suyu's limbs and vessels like a tsunami. Bang! Bang! Suyu could even hear the deafening sound of his meridians being impacted, and his heart was beating violently because of the accelerated blood flow. All of a sudden, Suyu's face turned red. His meridians swelled like twisted and hideous green snakes. Drops of blood, under the pressure of the powerful energy in his body spurted out from his pores. It looked like red lines shooting out from Su Yu's body. Fortunately, the light of Su Yu's dantian was far superior to those of the same level. Even the ninth-grade fairies could not compare. Some of the energy flowed along the meridians, and after a round of circulation, it entered the dantian. The pressure on the meridians was slightly relieved, and Su Yu came back from the brink of exploding. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief and was secretly surprised. The energy he absorbed just now was less than 1,000th of the Central Prefecture's kings, but it almost made Su Yu explode. Chapter 936. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Su Yu immediately sat down with his legs crossed and guided the enormous energy in his dantian. The swelling and tearing sensation in his dantian were signs of a breakthrough. First, the external dantian was quickly filled, but the energy was still enormous. It seeped into the internal dantian and filled it up too. When the internal and external dantians reached their limits, they began to tear. With a sharp pain, his dantian expanded rapidly to twice its original size, as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. However, the energy in the meridians continued to flow to the dantian, causing it to overflow again. Then, the dantian tore and swelled again. This happened 3 times, and Su Yu's dantian experienced sharp pain 3 times in a row before it finally stopped. Su Yu's face was as pale as a sheet, and his whole body was drenched in sweat, soaking his clothes. His meridians were aching, and his dantian was in constant pain. The whole process lasted for only 2 hours, but Su Yu felt like he had experienced a sea of fire on the island. After a long time, Su Yu exhaled deeply. The pain on his face gradually eased, and he regained his human color. With a thought, vital energy emerged from the surface of Su Yu's body and condensed on the surface of his body. It was 10 feet thick. If a third-grade Almighty were here, they would have gasped. Even a third-grade Almighty's vital energy was insufficient to condense such a thick vital energy defense. Anyone who saw this scene would think that Su Yu had condensed a fetal crystal, which was why his body could contain such enormous vital energy. However, the truth was that what existed in Su Yu's abdomen was still the dantian, not the fetal crystal that only almighty strong men could condense. A whiff of the mortal fairy strength had caused Su Yu's dantian to undergo 3 drastic changes, and his cultivation had directly leaped from the 6th-grade fairy to the 9th-grade fairy. The vital energy storage had surpassed the 3rd-grade almighty and was comparable to the 4th grade. The size of his dantian was not unique, but there were only a few like it in Jojo. According to the experience of many 9th-grade fairies, breaking through to the almighty, the larger the dantian, the more powerful the fetal crystal would be. How powerful would Su Yu's dantian be if he really began to condense a fetal crystal? After 3 consecutive breakthroughs, Su Yu's soul strength and physical strength had been baptized. Now, his soul strength had surpassed ordinary 9th-grade fairies, but it was still a distance from the Almighty. As for his physical strength, combined with the real spirit dragon veins, he should have the strength of a 1st-grade Almighty. Seeing such rapid progress, Su Yu smiled and said, "Central Prefecture's king, Central Prefecture's king, I didn't expect that it was your power that helped me improve my cultivation." He had only absorbed 1% of the mortal fairy's strength in the dust. If he absorbed all of it, Su Yu would be able to break through to the all creations level, let alone the almighty level. It could be said that for a very long time in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about pills that could increase his cultivation. Thinking of this, Su Yu became even more confident. This fortuitous encounter was unimaginable. This was especially true for his soul energy, which was only a step away from the God-Lord level. Su Yu had long been prepared for this kick. His soul left his body and entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl, heading straight for the nursery. The 8 ingredients for the heart-refining mortal dust liquid had been cultivated for more than 2 months, which was equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. He had always wanted to know whether the effects of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid refined from the best quality materials would be different, now that they were 100 years old, which was far beyond the normal age of the ingredients. It was time to take them out and refine a special heart-refining mortal dust liquid. After collecting the ingredients, Su Yu returned to the outside world and immediately took out a small cauldron, preparing to refine elixirs. This was a dungeon, so there was no earth fire to use. But for Su Yu, refining elixirs no longer required earth fire. In his heart, the fire essence jade vibrated, and a wisp of flame gushed out, condensing into a flame in Su Yu's palm. The temperature was high, far higher than the earth fire of Tinya City's Purple Flame Mountain, and it was more than enough to refine elixirs. Then Su Yu took out the elixir furnace with his left hand and placed it on his right palm to roast. At the same time, he handled the ingredients skillfully. When everything was ready, he began to refine elixirs with ease, according to his previous experience of refining the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. Compared to before, he could control the flames with ease, as if they were a part of him, and he could control them as he pleased. The refining process was smooth and natural without any jerkiness. He had reached the level of fire manipulation in the path of fire. This level was also known as the elixir fire integration realm in the path of elixirs, and it was usually a realm that only elixir refining masters possessed. While Su Yu was concentrating on refining elixirs, the inner palace of the Red Blood Palace welcomed the emissary of the Heavenly Knife region. In the main hall of the inner palace, Mo Tianxian sat at the head of the table, while the left and right palace masters sat on either side of her. Many elders of the inner sanctum sat side by side, including Master Ghost and Elder Jing. In the center of the hall, a group of 3 people stood proudly. One of them had 2 heads growing out of his body at the same time. It was undoubtedly Qin Lin. The other person was the Deputy Region Master of the Heavenly Knife region, Xiao Yulong. The last person was very strange. His whole body was covered in a long robe inlaid with emerald green jade pieces. Even his head was the same. It was airtight and very conspicuous. Mo Tianxian looked at the person and frowned slightly. Even she couldn't see through the person's face because of the strange jade piece-long robe. Deputy Region Master Xiao, you don't come to the Red Blood Palace for no reason. What brings you to the Red Blood Palace? Just say it. Mo Tianxian was a cold person, and she was disdainful of false pleasantries. Xiao Yulong was like his name. Although he was middle-aged, he was handsome and elegant. Palace Master Mo, how have you been? A few days ago, the Heavenly Knife region was defeated during the sacrificial ceremony at the desolate, evil jungle in Tinya City. The region master reflected on the painful experience and specially sent me to the Red Blood Palace to ask for guidance. I hope Palace Master Mo will accept Palace Master Qian's painstaking efforts for the sake of our many years of living as neighbors. Although his words were pleasant to hear, wasn't his original intention to regain face and retain the influence he had planted in Tinya City? I already understand your intention of coming. I accept the challenge, but it needs to be postponed for a few days, Mo Tianxian said. Xiao Yulong smiled. Why? Mo Tianxian paused. Master Su is carrying out a mission outside the palace and hasn't returned yet. It's not convenient for him to accept the challenge. Upon hearing that, Xiao Yulong laughed. Is there no other talent in the Red Blood Palace other than Master Su? Or is it that the Red Blood Palace is useless except for relying on Master Su? In other words, the Red Blood Palace was stalling for time for no reason. The mysterious man clad in jade snorted coldly. Why wait any longer? Whether Su Yuxing comes or not, the outcome won't change. I don't care about him. The arrogance of this man's tone was suspicious. Su Yu's performance at the sacrificial offering at the desolate, evil jungle was unprecedented. No one had ever mastered the Mu words as fluently as he did. This man was so confident. Could it be that he really had the ability to suppress Suyu? How could Mo Tianxian not understand? This was a provocation. She was an impatient person, but it didn't mean that she would be easily fooled. She said coldly, "I'll decide the date of the challenge. 3 days later, we'll have a showdown. If there's nothing else, you can all go and rest." Her forcefulness made Xiao Yulong's plan fall through. He pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll come back in 3 days." After watching them leave, Mo Tianquan's eyes darkened. How is it? There's still no news of Su Yuxian? The left and right palace masters, who were in charge of searching for Su Yuxian, smiled bitterly. From the news sent back by the Sido family, he left in the middle of the night and his whereabouts are unknown. Humph. Then send people to look for him immediately. Mo Tianxian said coldly. When the faction needed him, Su Yuxian had disappeared. Yes, everyone answered. Master Ghost pondered for a moment and said, "Palace Master, could Su Yuxian have met with some mishap? Or was he imprisoned?" According to the news sent by the Sido family, Su Yuxian was hiding an ancient space spiritual body, as well as talents in the divine path and soul talents. With so many talents added to him, it's hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be kidnapped by some forces for research or forced to surrender. Upon hearing that, Mo Tianxian raised her eyebrows and was taken aback. Ancient space spiritual body, and he also has achievements in the divine path and talents in the soul, especially the ancient space spiritual body. It was the spiritual body of the ancient spiritual bodies. To think that such a spiritual body was hidden in her faction. She felt the pain of having a treasure slip away from her hands for nothing. Pass down the order, inform all forces within the Red Blood Palace that those who find traces of Su Yuxian and report it to the faction will be rewarded with 10 million crystals. If anyone dares to imprison or hide Su Yuxian, the martial arts of the whole family will be abolished and expelled from the Red Blood Palace. Mo Tianquan's tone was suddenly sharp, and there was excitement in the depths of her eyes. She was unusually interested in spiritual bodies. Yes, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Mo Tianxian was a little incredulous. Master Su is not only proficient in Mu words, but he is also an ancient space spiritual body. He also has achievements in the divine path, which is the most difficult to comprehend, and he is a talent in the soul. Any one of them is enough for an ordinary genius to enjoy for a lifetime. But he has all of them. I'm really looking forward to meeting this Master Su in person. Master Ghost was also very emotional about this. Yes, Master Su is usually low-key, but he has hidden so many talents. It's really amazing, and I can't help but feel inferior. Yes, inform me immediately after you find Su Yuxian. This time, even if I'm in isolation, I want to meet him in person. Mo Tianquan's tone was very respectful. However, at this moment, a shocking spiritual energy fluctuation radiated from the depths of the inner palace. In the depths of the sky, a 5-colored glow descended from the sky and shone on a certain area in the depths. If it was just a fluctuation, it wouldn't be so shocking. There were many experts in the inner palace, and it wasn't strange to inadvertently cause a fluctuation of spiritual energy. But what was strange was the celestial phenomenon accompanied by the 5-colored glow. Mo Tianxian frowned. Why does it look like the formation of a 5th-grade elixir? She looked at Master Ghost with a questioning gaze. In the Red Blood Palace, the only elixir master who could refine 5th-grade elixirs was Master Ghost. Could it be that Master Ghost had trained a disciple? He had recently taken in a talented disciple, and she had heard a little about it. It's not that girl Ying. She's still a distance away from refining 5th-grade elixirs. Master Ghost shook his head and was very surprised. That's strange. Who in the faction is refining elixirs? In the depths of the inner sanctum. It must not be an outsider, but someone in the inner sanctum. Mo Tianxian had a strange expression. She thought for a while and said, "Let's go and have a look together." It's a happy occasion that there's a master in the faction who can refine 5th-grade elixirs. Let's congratulate him together. Chapter 937. Descending near the light. Everyone stopped in their tracks with a strange look on their faces. Why is it the dungeon? Mo Tianxian was startled. Master Ghost pondered and said, "The one in charge of the dungeon should be Elder Hui. She once asked me for advice on alchemy. Is she refining elixirs in the dungeon?" Hearing his words, everyone nodded in agreement. Congratulations, Palace Master. The Red Blood Palace has gained another famous alchemist. If she continues her studies, one day she will become an alchemist master who can refine 6th-grade elixirs. The left and right palace masters congratulated her. There were many alchemists in the Jiuzhou continent, but those who could be called masters were rare. In the past 100 years, the Red Blood Palace only had Master Ghost, and the condition to become an alchemist master was to successfully refine 6th-grade elixirs. This meant that the alchemist had reached a certain realm in elixir refining. Mo Tianxian was deep in thought. Her intuition told her that this was not the case. "Let's go in and take a look," Mo Tianxian said, leading everyone into the dungeon. As soon as they entered the dungeon, an old woman in her 60s immediately stood up and said hurriedly, "Greetings, Palace Master. I was just about to report." How could Elder Hui not notice such an obvious movement? Master Ghost and the others were confused and puzzled. Elder Hui, who is refining elixirs? Master Ghost was puzzled. Was there anyone else in the dungeon besides Elder Hui? Elder Hui looked at Mo Tianxian carefully and said, "It's the prisoner Palace Master Mo caught." Her words made Master Ghost, the left and right palace masters, and Elder Jing, who followed along, look at each other. After all this time, it was a prisoner. Someone who could be imprisoned by Mo Tianxian was definitely not an ordinary prisoner. Sigh. Master Ghost sighed, disappointment written all over his face. He thought it was someone from the faction, but now it seemed that it was not only not from the faction, but also from an opposing faction. The left and right palace masters, who had just congratulated her, were also embarrassed and silent. Elder Jing said coldly, "Humph, detained by the Red Blood Palace, not only did you not repent, but you still have the leisure to refine elixirs. You are obviously looking down on the Red Blood Palace." She had always been ruthless, both to her enemies and her own people. Mo Tianxian, on the other hand, was astonished. The people she had personally imprisoned were all powerful people, but the only one who was imprisoned recently was that old pervert. "Follow me," Mo Tianxian said. Not long after, they followed the aura of the pills and arrived in front of a sealed house. Under the seal, a courtyard stood quietly. The doors were closed, and no one knew what was going on inside. The only thing he could feel was that within the seal, there were scattered pill flames burning everywhere, and the roof of the house had been blown away by some sort of explosive strength. A drop of purple liquid that was wrapped in colorful light was crashing around. Every time it crashed into a seal, it would be bounced back, unable to break out. At this moment, an old voice came from the damaged house. "Return!" An enormous gust of vital energy that only a 3rd-grade Almighty possessed gushed out of the house, swept away the purple spiritual liquid in the sky, and returned to the house. 3rd-grade Almighty? Mo Tianxian was taken aback, as the old pervert's cultivation was only at the 6th-grade fairy level. Could it be someone else? Elder Hui, who is being detained inside? Mo Tianxian asked. Elder Hui said in surprise, "Please forgive me, Palace Master. This person was detained by the Palace Master's guards. They said that the Palace Master would interrogate him afterward, so I didn't ask for his information without permission. Unknown, but it must be the person being detained by Mo Tianxian." "Impossible." Mo Tianxian took a step forward and lifted her hand. The seal, which was not weak, was automatically undone. Standing in the yard, Mo Tianxian stared at the tightly shut door. With a wave of her hand, a wave of mighty power blasted the door open. In the house, a disheveled old man with a pitch-black face and tattered clothes was holding a jade box with a smile. His face was full of satisfaction and excitement. Such an action, coupled with his disheveled appearance, looked wretched no matter how one looked at it, especially when many parts of his body were exposed. Emo Tianxian was caught off guard, and she said angrily, "Put on your clothes. Come out." It was him. She could recognize him even if he turned into ashes, let alone his face that was only scorched black. Su Yu was also shocked, and he hid the 5th grade spiritual liquid that he had refined without a second word. Even Su Yu was shocked at the thought of refining this spiritual liquid. Ever since he had achieved the state of elixir fire unity, Su Yu could feel that refining 4th grade spiritual elixirs was not a problem, even without refining them himself. Unexpectedly, the actual refining went even smoother than expected. The materials were 100% purified. The flame reached the perfect state of elixir fire unity, and the final elixir fusion process went through hundreds and thousands of tempering. Most importantly, the materials of this spiritual liquid were all of the best quality over 100 years old. The medicinal properties it contained far exceeded its own attributes. This led to the 5th grade spiritual liquid appearing at the end of the elixir refinement, and even triggered a weak vision of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this that it attracted the attention of Emo Tianxian and the others. Master Ghost and Elder Jing looked at the disheveled and haggard man in tattered clothes. They found him vaguely familiar, but because of his scorched face, they could not recognize him. The left and right palace masters had never seen Su before, let alone recognized him. "Old man, you know how to refine elixirs." Emo Tianxian stared at Su Yu coldly, increasingly suspicious of his story. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? She was just knocked unconscious, and that ruthless demonic man passed by, treating her injuries for no reason, dispelling the mortal fairy's strength of the central prefecture's king, and taking away her demonic fairy artifact. At first, it barely made sense, but now that she thought about it carefully, it was full of loopholes. Su Yu changed into a clean set of clothes, wiped his face, and grinned. "What does this have to do with Palace Master?" Emo Tianxian sneered. "Of course it has nothing to do with me, but it has a lot to do with your life. I'm not a pedantic person. If you can't give me a reason to agree with you, you know the consequences. An elixir refiner who could refine 5th grade elixirs would be valued in any force. It would be fine if he was in an alliance, but if he was recruited by a hostile force, wouldn't he be funding the enemy?" As Emo Tianxian sneered, Master Ghost and Elder Jing froze at the same time, staring at the person who appeared in the house as if they had seen a ghost. After a long while, Master Ghost stepped forward and scrutinized Su Yu's face carefully, finally confirming the doubts in his heart. He said in shock, Aren't you Su Yuxian, Master Su?" He felt ridiculous. The Red Blood Palace was looking for Su Yuxian all over the world to deal with the provocation from the Heavenly Knife region. They had also speculated that Su Yu hadn't shown up until now, and it was very likely that he was secretly imprisoned by some force. Who would have thought that he wasn't imprisoned by other forces, but by the Red Blood Palace, and it was done by the Palace Master himself? Such a turn of events stunned Master Ghost, and he stared at Emo Tianxian with wide eyes. Elder Jing was also startled, and her eyes were full of suspicion as she looked at Emo Tianxian. Emo Tianxuan's enthusiasm for the ancient spiritual body far exceeded that of ordinary all creation's old monsters. It was almost fanatical. Could it be that Emo Tianxian had captured Su Yu herself to study him, and then the thief cried thief? The left and right palace masters' minds were in a mess, and they hadn't figured out what was going on. The foreign enemy captured by Emo Tianxian was one of their own, and it was the Master Su that they had been looking for everywhere. Emo Tianxian felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and her beautiful eyes widened. "You're saying that he's Su Yuxian?" The master, Sue, who is proficient in Mu words from the outside sanctum? She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Exactly. I wonder where did the palace master capture him? And how did you conclude that he was a foreign enemy? Master Ghost was incredulous. Mo Tianxian said in a daze, near the Sidhu family. As for why I concluded that he was a foreign enemy, it was because he molested me back then. Halfway through her words, Mo Tianxian stopped abruptly. Master Ghost, Elder Jing, and the left and right palace masters looked at Mo Tianxian, and their gazes changed from suspicion to horror. Su Yuxian molested the palace master? Oh, I mean he molested one of my maidservants. Mo Tianxian corrected herself in time, and secretly glared at Su Yu, furious. Master Ghost and the others were embarrassed. So that was the case. They did not doubt it. In this world, there were only a handful of people who could molest Mo Tianxian. Su Yuxian was not one of them. Palace Master, I think there must be a misunderstanding. Su Yuxian has made great contributions to the faction many times, and is a rare talent. It's fine if the Palace Master has misunderstood, but please release him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Red Blood Palace's reputation of imprisoning a meritorious disciple spreads out, the people will be shaken, Master Ghost said hurriedly. Su Yu had made great contributions to the faction in the desolate, evil jungle, and in the battle at the Sidhu family. Unexpectedly, Mo Tianxian did not know Su Yu, and instead imprisoned him as a criminal. If the news got out, who in the faction would dare to work for the faction with all their might? Who wouldn't be bitterly disappointed? Even Su Yu, who had made great contributions, ended up in such a state, let alone them? Upon hearing that, Mo Tianchuan's mind was in a mess, as if 10,000 horses were galloping through her heart. The old perverted thief that she had been searching for so long was actually in the faction, right under her nose. What was even more outrageous was that she had mistaken him for an outsider and imprisoned him. Now that the unknown forces of the blessed and heavenly lands were causing trouble, the people were in a state of panic. It was the critical moment to calm the people down. Unfortunately, he overreached himself and beat up a meritorious disciple. Moreover, there were still the envoys sent by the Heavenly Knife region nearby, and only Su Yu could handle them. What could she do to Su Yu? Not only could he not interrogate him, but he also had to treat him with favor and resolve the resentment in his heart. Mo Tianxian stared at Su Yu and said reluctantly, "So you're Su Yuxian. I've heard about your deeds, and I wanted to summon you back then. However, I had to give up because you were in isolation. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll pardon you. You can leave now." She thought to herself, "I'll let him go for now, and after I've dealt with the emissaries of the Heavenly Knife region, I'll search his soul to find out more about him." An ancient spatial spirit body, attainments in the divine Tao, with tribe's language, and an alchemy grandmaster. He possessed all sorts of extraordinary qualities. So how could he be immortal? Furthermore, he was suspected of stealing an immortal artifact. So he had to search his soul to understand the cause and effect. Leave? May I ask, Palace Master, where can I go? Su Yu said with a straight face, "I've always been loyal to the faction, yet I'm suffering in prison. If I really dare to step out of the prison, will the Palace Master convict me of desertion?" Mo Tianxian was annoyed by his unreasonable pestering. Chapter 938. Since I've caught you, have you ever confessed your identity? This was also what Mo Tianxian was annoyed about. If she had confessed earlier, she wouldn't have been laughed at by the people in the sect. Su Yu said coldly, "May I ask if the Palace Master has ever given me a chance to speak?" His special meridians were sealed by Mo Tianxian in the beginning, so he could not speak. When he could speak, he was interrogated. How could he have the chance to reveal his identity? Mo Tianxian knew that she was in the wrong, so she was even more annoyed. If this went on, she would not be able to get out of the situation and would lose face in front of outsiders. "Do you want compensation?" Mo Tianchuan's tone became gentler. The faction understands that you've been wronged. Just tell us what you want, and we'll definitely consider whatever it is that the faction can give you. I don't want you to lay a finger on me and retreat 1,000 miles away from me when you see me." Suyu answered without hesitation. Upon hearing that, Master Ghost's forehead was covered with black lines, and he was secretly shocked. Suyu was really bold to say such a thing. Elder Jing furrowed her brows. "How dare you? How dare you disrespect the palace master just because of a mere merit?" Suyu calmly glanced at her. "I will settle the score with you later." As he spoke, Suyu looked straight into Mo Tianquan's eyes, which were burning with fury, and said, "If you agree, I'll leave the dungeon. If you don't, I'd rather die trapped in the dungeon than take a step out. If the faction has any difficulties in the future, don't look for me." Mo Tianqian clenched her fists and wished she could give him a few punches on his face. Due to a moment of carelessness, he allowed the other party to gain the upper hand. He had asked her to stay away from Suyu and forbid her from touching him. He must have been trying to prevent her from searching his memories. Regardless of whether it was near or far, continuing to imprison Suyu wasn't a wise move. Mo Tianqian suppressed her anger and forced a smile. "I have been in seclusion all year round. I won't summon you after this. As for touching you, I won't. Words alone are no proof. Let me swear the Heart's Oath Scroll first." Suyu took out the Heart's Oath Scroll from his space ring. The blue veins on Mo Tianquan's forehead throbbed. She was the mistress of a palace, and it could be said that her words carried enormous weight. In the end, she was forced to sign the scroll of the Heart's Oath by a brat. Mo Tianqian suppressed her anger and took the Heart's Oath Scroll. She dripped her blood essence into it and signed the contract on the spot. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Tianqian stared at Suyu, both infuriated and sneering inwardly. "If a Heart's Oath Scroll could stop me, how could you call yourself one of the strongest experts below the prefecture's kings?" Even if she didn't touch Suyu, she still had ways to search through his memories. "All right, pack up and rest for 3 days. I need you to do something," Mo Tianqian said. Unexpectedly, Suyu stood on the same spot, with no intention of moving. "Give me another 10 qualifications for the glittering jewel wonderland." Upon hearing this, Mo Tianqian almost lost control of her temper and flew into a rage on the spot. Even the Red Blood Palace only had 40 places to enter the glittering jewel wonderland. Suyu asked for 10 of them in one go. Each person could only use one. As for the other 9, was he going to stew them? Mo Tianqian cursed inwardly. On the surface, however, Mo Tianqian frowned and asked, "Why is there a request?" "What I gave you just now was only a guarantee that the palace master wouldn't make the same mistake a second time. This is compensation. 10 qualifications for the glittering jewel wonderland," Suyu said resolutely. Mo Tianqian shook her head. "Not to mention 10. I can't even give you one. The glittering jewel wonderland happens once every 100 years, and it's reserved for the students of the inner sanctum. It has always been a once-in-a-century opportunity for the great factions of the blessed and heavenly lands. Missing even one chance could affect the faction's destiny and strength for half a year. As the palace master, I have no right to reward them at will." She sounded very determined and unyielding, even if Suyu didn't leave the dungeon. Suyu frowned secretly. It seemed that the Red Blood Palace attached great importance to the glittering jewel wonderland. After thinking for a moment, Suyu said, "All right, let's change the condition. I want to enter the depository of scriptures in exchange for some cultivation techniques." Mo Tianqian considered it for a moment, then nodded. "That's fine. You've made a great contribution to the Sidhu family, and you should be rewarded with 500,000 merit points. Now, as compensation, you'll be rewarded with another 500,000 merit points. In the depository of scriptures, you can even exchange for a top-notch legendary cultivation technique." This was actually the compensation for refusing to give Su Yu the qualifications for the glittering jewel wonderland. Su Yu wanted to enter the inner sanctum to exchange for a special book, but he didn't know if it existed in the inner sanctum. All right. Su Yu expressed his satisfaction. There were still 2 months before the glittering jewel wonderland, so it wasn't impossible for him to succeed. Mo Tianxian asked, "Is there anything else?" "Yes," Su Yu said. Mo Tianxuan's face finally fell, and she couldn't suppress the anger that was about to erupt. But Su Yu said, "I hope that the faction can send back someone who is on a mission as soon as possible." Upon hearing that, the anger on Mo Tianxuan's face faded, but she was slightly surprised. "Who? What mission?" "Xu Elian on a mission to spy on the Heavenly Knife region," Su Yu said. "Her?" Mo Tianxian had a strange look on her face. "Do you know Xu Elian?" "Sort of," Su Yu said, feeling a little surprised. Why did Mo Tianxian sound like Xu Elian was quite famous? "If it's her, there's no need to do that," Mo Tianxian said. "Xu Elian is best at spying on intelligence, so there's no need to worry about her safety. If we summon her back now, it'll be dangerous for her to expose herself. After the glittering jewel wonderland, she'll come back when her mission is over. You don't have to worry." "Is that so?" Although Su Yu was uneasy, Mo Tianxuan's words made sense. He could only hope that Xu Elian would take good care of herself. Su Yu hoped to repay her favor. "You have no objections?" Mo Tianxian was exasperated. She was looking for an opportunity to search Su Yu's soul and find out what was going on. Before Su Yu could respond, Elder Jing snorted coldly. "How dare you raise objections? It's your duty to render meritorious service to the faction. If you use this as a threat and ask for excessive benefits, it's treason." If she hadn't spoken, Su Yu wouldn't have bothered to haggle over it. But she just had to pick on Su Yu. "Palace Master, there's one more thing I need you to know." Su Yu took out a jade box from his chest. It was sealed, and the contents couldn't be opened from the outside. Mo Tianxian took the jade box suspiciously. She opened it and took a glance at it. Mo Tianxian squinted her eyes and looked at Elder Jing. "Where did you get it from?" "On the battlefield of the Sidhu family in the hands of the enemy." Su Yu said, "This is a scandal of the faction. I believe those who know about it haven't decided how to report it to the faction. Now that only a few of us are here, it's up to the Palace Master to decide how to deal with it." Mo Tianxian held the jade box in her hand and nodded slowly. Her eyes turned cold all of a sudden. "What do you think? If someone from the inner sanctum colludes with the enemy from the outside and harms the faction, what punishment should he receive?" Chapter 939. Elder Jing said sternly, "Is there a need to say it? Betraying the faction is a serious crime. The lightest punishment is to abolish the cultivation and expel them from the faction. The heaviest punishment is to kill them to deter future generations." "Good answer." Mo Tianxian nodded lightly, but her face was even colder. She turned her head and stared at Elder Jing. "If that's the case, how do you explain it, Elder Jing?" Smack! The jade box was thrown to the ground, and a glowing talisman fell out. Master Ghost glanced at it and said in surprise, "Ah, isn't this the talisman of Elder Jing's formation-breaking hammer?" "How?" He looked at Elder Jing, then at Su Yu. Elder Jing's heart skipped a beat. This talisman was given to Xiao Chuanguang in exchange for torturing Su Yu. In the end, the Xiao family rebelled, and Xiao Chuanguang disappeared. "Elder Jing, don't you have anything to say?" Mo Tianxian asked coldly. Elder Jing's face turned pale. She thought for a moment, then glared at Su Yu and said sternly, "Palace Master, please don't believe his slander. I don't know how this talisman fell into his hands." "Is that so?" Mo Tianxuan's face turned even colder. "This talisman contains your essence blood. If it's lost, you can destroy it with a single thought." So, Elder Jing, please answer. Why did it fall into the hands of the traitor Xiao family and remain safe until now? In other words, without Elder Jing's deliberate action, the talisman could not have survived until now. Plop! Elder Jing's face turned pale. She kowtowed and said, Palace Master, please investigate this. I have always been loyal to the faction, and I had no intention of rebelling. It was him, he slandered me. Upon hearing that, Mo Tianquan's face turned cold. Unrepentant. When she finished, she clawed at Elder Jing's head with enormous demonic energy surrounding her fingers. Elder Jing let out a shrill scream, as if her soul was suffering intense pain. Before long, Mo Tianxian retracted her palm, her eyes glinting coldly. Humph! You gave Xiao Chuanguang the talisman to help you deal with Su Yuxian, and you still dare to claim that you're innocent? Bang! Mo Tianxian kicked Elder Jing into the house where Su Yu had stayed. She then opened the seal and said coldly, Spend the rest of your life in the dungeon. This was on account of the fact that she had not truly rebelled. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as imprisoning her. It took no more than the time to drink a cup of tea. Su Yu had escaped from being a prisoner, while Elder Jing had become a prisoner. Now that the matter had come to an end, Su Yu was physically and mentally exhausted. After bidding farewell, he returned to the outer sanctum. Mo Tianxian only reminded them to make preparations to deal with the emissaries of the Heavenly Knife region within 3 days. She also reminded them that she couldn't see through the mysterious jade-clothed man either. Su Yu did not underestimate it. He planned to thoroughly study the Golden Mu words on the sacrificial altar after settling some matters. There were a few words that Su Yu was unfamiliar with. As he stood in front of the Demon Mountain once again, Su Yu felt quite awkward. A few days before he left, he was determined to leave the faction. However, a few days later, he was forcefully abducted by Mo Tianxian. Fortunately, the alluring cabinet mistress was the only one in the sanctum who had noticed Su Yu's intention to leave. Otherwise, Su Yu would be too ashamed to come back. After entering the Demon Mountain, the scenery and atmosphere were all familiar. As he pushed open the courtyard door, a beautiful purple figure was missing. Su Yu couldn't help but feel regretful. He didn't know where Zixuan had been transported to and whether she was safe now. With her all-creations cultivation and her reputation as the student of the Central Prefecture's king, she would surely return to the Central Prefecture soon. Ah, Su Yu! Oh no, Brother Yuxian, you're back! Zixuan was not in the courtyard, but a delicate figure dressed in purple and black rushed out of the house. Her face was full of surprise. No, it was an unforeseen ecstasy. Wuxia, why are you in my house? Su Yu asked. Wuxia was probably the only person apart from Zixuan who knew that Su Yu was Su Yu. I thought you would leave the Red Blood Palace. Gongsun Wuxia was very close to him. She gritted her teeth, her watery eyes unblinking. She heaved a long sigh of relief, and the self-blame in her heart dimmed a lot. It's a long story. Su Yu was speechless. He didn't do anything to Gongsun Wuxia back then because he wouldn't return to the Red Blood Palace. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? However, from the way Gongsun Wuxia quickly changed the way she addressed him from Su Yu to Su Yu, it seemed that she wanted to keep Su Yu's secret. Gongsun Wuxia rubbed her small hands together and said nervously and expectantly, That's great! Will Brother Yuxian still leave? Probably not for the time being. Su Yu smiled bitterly. He was afraid that if he dared to take even half a step out of the Red Blood Palace, he would be caught by Mo Tianxian. Oh yeah. Gongsun Wuxia jumped up in surprise. Her face was full of joy. Brother Yuxian, how about you guide me in my training? Su Yu shook his head in amusement. If you really want to train, why do you need my guidance? This little girl's background was frighteningly huge. Gongsun Wuxia smiled foolishly, but didn't expose Suyu's terrifying magical power of time reversal. I thought you died outside. Right at that moment, a cold voice came from outside the house. Bing Wuxin walked in with her long, round legs, holding a long sword in her arms. Gong Sun Wuxia placed her hands on the table and said with a smile, "Sister Wuxin, you can't do this. Brother Yuxian is your lover. Haven't you been moved by the reward of 3 million merit points?" Bing Wuxin glared at her, put down her sword, and sat opposite Suyu. They looked at each other across the table. She said, "I came here to talk about this matter." Slap. She took out her identity badge and put it on the table. "The mission is completed, and the reward has been exchanged. There are 3 million merit points. I only took 300,000 merit points, and I'll return the remaining 2,700,000 merit points to you. The merit points of the glittering jewel wonderland are already enough." Suyu wasn't a pedantic person. Back then, he had planned to leave the faction, so he didn't care about the merit points. Now that he had returned, he naturally had to prepare new merit points. He took out his badge and transferred the merit points from it. He had obtained 300,000 merit points in Tianya City. Just now, Mo Tianqian had rewarded him with 1 million merit points. Together with the 2,300,000 merit points, he had exactly 4 million merit points. He had also accumulated enough merit points for the glittering jewel wonderland. This was a pleasant surprise. "Su Yuxian, I've been thinking about this for many days. Now, I want to tell you about my thoughts and decision," Mo Tianqian said with a stern look. Suyu was dumbfounded. "What thoughts and decision?" Confused, he said, "Okay, go ahead." Bing Wuxin looked at Suyu and spoke clearly. "I already understand your feelings for me, and the 300 merit points must be very important to you. Yet you still gave them to me. I assumed that you were just putting on a show, but I didn't expect that you were serious." Wait, Su, you felt like he had been struck by something. He had given the merit points because he didn't need them, and he had given them to Bing Wuxin before leaving. So, how could she conclude that he was in love with Bing Wuxin? "Now, let me tell you about my decision." Bing Wuxin didn't give Suyu a chance to explain himself. "I've thought about it for many days, and it doesn't matter who I marry. Since you have feelings for me, I'll marry you. From today onwards, you're my fiancé, so I can avoid being pestered by other people. I've already informed my mother about this decision, so you should prepare yourself for my inspection." Chapter 940. Putting aside the fact that she had unilaterally decided to get engaged to Suyu, why wasn't Suyu happy from her tone? It was as if marrying Suyu was a very casual thing. Suyu's face darkened. "Bing Wuxin, I think you've misunderstood. I gave you merit points because I knew you were in urgent need of 1 million merit points. I didn't mean anything else." Bing Wuxin looked calm. "Isn't that how you care about me? Many people pursue me in the inner sanctum, and many know that I'm short of 1 million merit points, but you're the only one who's willing to give up the chance to enter the glittering jewel wonderland to help me. Isn't this friendship?" She stared at Suyu with a matter-of-fact expression, as if she understood emotions very well. Suyu was speechless. A casual gesture had caused such a misunderstanding. "All right, that's it. I'm going back to train." Bing Wuxin stood up and left as if she had just announced an ordinary event. Before she left, she looked back at Gong Sun Wuxia, then at Suyu. She stopped and said, "I've been very concerned since just now. When did you two become so close?" A few days ago, Gong Sun Wuxia's attitude towards Suyu was terrible. After returning, she waited for Suyu every 2 or 3 days. Even now, she was still very close to Suyu. Although she didn't show it, as a woman, Gong Sun Wuxia's attitude towards Suyu had changed drastically. Gong Sun Wuxia said with a smile, "Brother Yuxian will be my brother-in-law soon. How can I not be close to him?" Bing Wuxin frowned. It sounded reasonable, but it wasn't the case. "Whether Yuxian confessed to you before or not, Wuxin, I hope you keep your distance from him in the future. He's my fiancé now, Bing Wuxin said. Gong Sun Wuxia dragged her tone. Oh. Only then did Bing Wuxin walk away with big strides. Su Yu was speechless. Bing Wuxin didn't give him a chance to accept it. This matter couldn't be delayed. He had to make it clear to Bing Wuxin as soon as possible. He was a man with a family. How could he become another woman's fiancé? Wuxin, you should go back and rest, Su Yu said. Gong Sun Wuxia crossed her arms and said with a smile, Congratulations, Brother Yuxian. You're going to win the heart of a beauty. Sister Wuxin is such a beautiful woman that even I am moved. Su Yu hit her on the head angrily, and she ran away with a laugh. This was a small disturbance for Su Yu. There were many things to do next. In a flash, Su Yu arrived at the depository of scriptures. After a whole day, he left in disappointment. After an entire day, he left in disappointment. He wanted to find a matching cultivation technique for the Underworld Pearl. In the hands of the Ghost Realm's great emperor, the Underworld Pearl was a complete set of 9 pearls. Now, in Su Yu's hands, a single one of them could only be used for simple things like throwing. Due to the gravity, even though it was extremely powerful, its attack method was very simple, and it was difficult to pose a great threat to the enemy. Unfortunately, the cultivation technique within the bead was very rare. Cultivation techniques that were suitable for the heavy nature of the underworld bead were even rarer. Fortunately, Su Yu was mentally prepared, so he wasn't too disappointed. He quickly calmed himself down and went into seclusion. There were 2 things that he had to do in these 3 days. The first was to thoroughly master the last part of the Wood clan's characters, which he was not familiar with. The second was to consume the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, which was a 5th grade spirit elixir, in order to raise his soul to the level of an almighty. There were 2 things he had to do in the next 3 days. The first was to master the last part of the Mu words. The second was to take the 5th grade heart-refining mortal dust liquid and improve his soul to the almighty level. The unfamiliar golden Mu words were all ancient Mu words. Although they were rare, so you could recognize most of them. With the help of the scroll left by the Netherworld priest, it wasn't a big problem. The golden Mu words were ancient Mu words. Although they were rare, so you could recognize most of them. With the help of the scroll left by the Underworld priest, it was not a big problem. The challenge in 2 days was not difficult. After a short rest, Su Yu took out a jade bottle. The bottle was filled with a transparent spiritual liquid. It was as clear as water, and only 5 colorful veins were faintly discernible. The 5th grade heart-refining mortal dust liquid. It was a world of difference from the 3rd grade heart-refining mortal dust liquid on the market. Its effect was hard to predict. Would it help Su Yu break through the almighty level? Filled with anticipation, Su Yu opened the jade box and emptied it. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation coming from the depths of his throat. It was like a burning flame that was about to burn through his throat. The strange pain made Su Yu shudder. It was as if his dantian was being reshaped on the spot. The pain did not subside with the penetration of the medicine. Instead, it spread to the depths of his body until it reached his soul. The moment it touched his soul, Su Yu let out a muffled groan and furrowed his brows. Then the pain increased and soared. Hiss! Su Yu gasped. The pain finally made Su Yu gasp in shock. However, the pain from the depths of his soul was increasing. The pain of his soul being fried spread to every corner of Su Yu's mind. The pain made Su Yu spasm. He clenched his teeth so hard that they made a cracking sound. His facial features were scrunched up, showing the pain he was in. The pain had already surpassed the pain of his dantian being reshaped. Su Yu's vision turned black. He passed out in a sudden burst of pain. Even in his sleep, the pain was still there. It was as if Su Yu's soul was going to be burned to ashes. However, it was this burning sensation that gradually transformed Su Yu's soul. His once weak soul, under the burning sensation, was becoming more powerful. The sensation was clearer, as if he was in contact with the outside world. Previously, whenever his soul left his body, Suyu would feel a bone-chilling cold and could not leave his body for too long. Now it was much better. The icy cold feeling had turned into a faint chill. Unfortunately, Suyu was unconscious and could not feel the gradual changes. Unknowingly, Suyu felt a warm, gentle, and powerful feeling in his sleep. It nourished Suyu's soul and caused the burning sensation to subside. That comfortable feeling made Suyu feel as if he had been reborn. The pain on his face gradually eased, and he fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. When Suyu opened his eyes, the sky was filled with stars, and the outside world was dark. Suyu subconsciously touched his head. There was a faint pain in his soul, a remnant of the extreme pain from the previous day. Shaking his head, Suyu felt a lingering fear as he thought about the previous day. This was the first time he had fainted from pain since he started training. In comparison, the pain from the Dantian reconstruction last time paled in comparison to the pain from the previous day. The medicinal power of the 5th-grade heart refining mortal dust liquid was comparable to 100 3rd-grade heart refining mortal dust liquid. It would be strange if it did not hurt. When Suyu's mind became clear, he shivered. He found that his senses had once again undergone a shocking change. The whole world seemed to have been pulled closer. He did not need to search deliberately to clearly discover the movements of every blade of grass and tree within 100 miles. Tens of thousands of insects were whispering, and men and women of the faction were whispering. Everything was so clear. Suyu was astonished by the novelty of it all. Did I make a breakthrough? Suyu's heart thumped as he tried to leave his body with his soul. A transparent figure emerged from the top of Suyu's head. A gust of wind blew, but Suyu was safe and sound. He did not feel the slightest bit of coldness. This soul is even stronger than the soul of an early-stage Almighty, isn't it? Suyu looked at his own soul in shock. He had killed Almighty many times and seen many Almighty souls, so he had a certain judgment of the strength of a soul. His soul at the moment was definitely not as simple as someone who had just broken through to the Almighty level. Impossible. The medicinal power of the 5th-grade heart refining mortal dust liquid can just barely make my soul break through to the Almighty level. Even if that's the limit, how could I break through 2 levels in a row? Suyu found it unbelievable. As Suyu was deep in thought, a familiar chuckle, which he had not heard for a long time, suddenly came from his chest. After waking up, you have already cultivated the Son of Heaven's Imperial Soul Technique to stage 2 top class, which has far exceeded my expectations. Suyu's whole body trembled, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Master, you have finally woken up. Chapter 941. A soul body flew out of the jade box in Suyu's bosom and turned into a corporeal form. From afar, it seemed like a complete body. If one didn't sense it carefully, it would be hard to tell that the person in front of them was actually in soul form. Haha, little fellow, it's been a long time since we last met. Your growth has really surprised me. Yunyazi looked Suyu up and down and nodded his head in approval. He had seen many so-called geniuses, and they were as numerous as the 9 heavens. For Suyu to receive the evaluation of star, it could be seen that Suyu had improved greatly. Master. Suyu's soul returned to his physical body, and he excitedly bowed to him. Disciple Suyu welcomes Master's return. After coming to the 9 regions, he had not met an old friend for a long time. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Yunyazi chuckled, helped Suyu up, and said with a smile, "There is no need for such formalities between us." He raised his head and looked around, then said in surprise, "This isn't the Jinlong world anymore, right?" "Yes, Master. It's already the Jojo continent," Suyu said. Yunyazi's eyes revealed a nostalgic look. "So it's the 9 prefectures. I've heard of it in the past. It's one of the birthplaces of the human race. If I remember correctly, The star envoy in charge of the 9 prefectures is a little girl named Linling. All right. Master, are you talking about the glittering jewel mortal fairy? Suyu asked. Yun Yazi's expression darkened. Mortal fairy? Does that mean that she didn't overcome the danger and passed away? Mortal fairies only had a lifespan of 10,000 years. If they were still called mortal fairies after 10,000 years, they would definitely not be in this world anymore. Suyu smacked his lips. If he remembered correctly, the glittering jewel mortal fairy was a mortal fairy who had existed since the beginning of time. She was the oldest mortal fairy in the Jojo continent. Her legend had been passed down in many ancient books. However, Yun Yazi referred to her as a girl. Didn't that mean that Yun Yazi had existed for more than 10,000 years? Yes, he passed away in meditation 10,000 years ago. Suyu continued. She left behind a relic in the Jojo continent for Jojo's geniuses to train. It's called the Glittering Jewel Wonderland. Yun Yazi stroked his beard and sighed. As expected, she kept her promise and left her mantle to be passed down to the humans of Jojo? Promise? Suyu couldn't help but ask, Master, what promise? Yun Yazi looked at Suyu, his eyes filled with the vicissitudes of time. There is a promise between me and her. It seemed like he didn't want to talk about it, so Suyu didn't ask any further. Since she has passed away, that thing must have been left behind. Suyu, you must make a trip to the glittering jewel wonderland. That thing has been waiting for you for a long time, Yun Yazi said. Suyu was even more curious now. Did the glittering jewel mortal fairy leave something behind for Suyu to retrieve? Perhaps this was the agreement between Yun Yazi and the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Yes, master, Suyu said. Yun Yazi was silent for a long time, and the loneliness and bleakness in his eyes faded away. He looked at Suyu, and his eyes lit up again. Tell me what happened to you while I was asleep for so many years. Suyu nodded his head and told her everything that had happened in the mysterious, heavenly divine pavilion. From the Jinlong world's invasion, to being stranded in the Jojo world, to sneaking into the Red Blood Palace. Almost everything was described in detail. After listening to him, Yun Yazi had an apologetic look in his eyes. His strict demands on Suyu had caused Suyu to face all the difficulties and obstacles alone. Although Suyu had only mentioned it briefly, Yun Yazi could feel the dangers involved. You are very lucky to have met a dying tree goddess, Yun Yazi said. Yun Yazi said, I've heard a little about the race of the ancient bronze tree deity. Next time, I'll lend her a hand. I will not let my disciple receive favors for nothing. Suyu's eyes were filled with curiosity. Master, what level of cultivation have you recovered to? How much of what you were back then? Yun Yazi chuckled. Now, I am only a 10,000th of what I was back then. Even my soul is mostly damaged. How can I talk about back then? As for the specific cultivation, it is about the same as those 10, no 11 auras. The 10 auras naturally referred to the 9 great prefectures' kings and the Duanxian cliff master. So, who is the 11th aura referring to? Strange. Why is there the aura of the ghost clan? Yun Yazi murmured softly as he stared at the southernmost land, as if he could see through the whole continent. Suyu did not hear the murmur, nor did he care about the additional aura. In Suyu's eyes, Jojo was as vast as the clouds. It was not surprising that there was another being, comparable to the 9 great prefectures' kings. Master, if that's the case, can you deal with the central prefecture's king? Suyu had not forgotten the central prefecture's king's threat. After he came out of isolation, he would personally hunt Suyu down. Upon hearing that, Yun Yazi shook his head. Judging from the golden dust on your body, this person is the strongest of the 11 auras. I may not be able to deal with him. The strongest of the 9 great prefectures' kings. The ranking of the 9 great prefectures' kings had always been a mystery, because the 9 great prefectures' kings would only appear when they fought for the throne of Jojo. For the rest of the time, The 9 great prefectures' kings lived in harmony. It turned out that the central prefecture's king was the strongest among them. A sense of urgency and crisis enveloped Su Yu's heart. However, you don't have to worry too much. This person's aura is a little strange. He must have encountered some problems in his training. He won't trouble you for the time being, Yunyazi said. I understand. I will find a way to improve my strength in the near future, Su Yu said with solemn eyes. Yunyazi nodded slightly and said, How is your mastery of the many words that I handed to you? Upon hearing that, Su Yu said, I am proficient in the Mu words, 60% proficient in the Demon Clan words, 20% to 30% proficient in the Dragon Clan words, Sufficient words, Ghost words, and so on. Yunyazi was surprised. Proficient in the Mu words? It's only been 2 or 3 years. With surprise, Yunyazi tested Su Yu on the spot. In the end, Su Yu answered him fluently and flawlessly. Even the rarest ancient Mu words were not difficult for him. TSK, I have seen many geniuses who claim to be demonic in their attainments in words, but compared to you, they are like ordinary people. Yunyazi was surprised again and again. He looked Su Yu up and down as if he wanted to see through him. TSK, a mediocre person needs 100 years, a normal person needs 50 years, and a genius needs 20 years. But you only need 2 years. Yunyazi stared at Su Yu as if he had discovered a peerless treasure. Su Yu was embarrassed. He had made use of the power of time of the divine 9-dragon cauldron to achieve what he had today. If he had to calculate it, the time he had spent was about 40 to 50 years. His attainments in words were actually only at the level of a normal person. Master, you flatter me, Su Yu said modestly. Yunyazi's eyes shone. After pondering for a long time, he said, If that's the case, it's time to pass on the other book to you. Originally, it would take you a lifetime to study the words that I have studied. However, it would be a pity for your talent in words to go to waste like this. As he spoke, Yunyazi took out a transparent fluorescent light from between his brows. The fluorescent light turned into the shape of a book and flew into Su Yu's palm. The book was flickering with all kinds of complicated words, which were extremely unfamiliar. Not only that, but every word contained some kind of invisible, mysterious meaning. As he flipped through it, Su Yu felt as if he had fallen into the great way of heaven and earth. He was immersed in the infinite mysteries. Chaos, the universe, the stars, all things, life, death, reincarnation, fate, many supreme mysteries of the world appeared in Su Yu's mind. He seemed to see the beginning of the world, the birth of the vast universe, the reproduction of all things, life and death, the inexorable reincarnation and the rules of fate. He also saw the figure of a young man playing chess. He was surrounded by the universe, all things, and the galaxy. It was as if the whole world and all living things were revolving around him. He was the center of everything. Su Yu stared blankly at the figure of the young man playing chess. Who was that? Why did he see him? At that moment, the young man seemed to have sensed something and turned to look. That look made Su Yu feel as if he had been seen through and had nowhere to hide. Even the divine 9-dragon cauldron hidden deep within his soul was seen through. In an instant, Su Yu felt as if his soul was about to crumble. It was as if he was about to be annihilated by this person's gaze. Su Yu, wake up! At that moment, a clear, loud voice resounded in Su Yu's ears like rolling thunder. Su Yu shuddered. The galaxy and universe in his mind dissipated, and the real world reappeared before his eyes. Yunyazi said solemnly, What did you see? Su Yu said, Everything. His answer was only 2 words. In the book, he saw everything in the world. It was as if the book was a world of its own, containing everything. Yunyazi nodded slightly, revealing a gratified smile. However, Su Yu's next words made Yunyazi frown. There was also a young man playing chess. Yunyazi's smile froze. His face gradually turned frosty as he asked, Did you see him? Su Yu nodded, completely at a loss. Master, who is he? Why does the universe revolve around him? Yun Yazi's eyes flickered with a light that Su Yu had never seen before. After a long silence, Yun Yazi did not answer. You will know when the time comes. Su Yu tried to recall the young man's figure, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall his face. It was as if an invisible force of heaven and earth had erased that memory. You can call this book the Book of First Heavens. It is rumored that at the beginning of the world, the 10,000 words in this book were the first to be created. The words of every race in the future came from this book. They evolved from one of the words in it, Yun Yazi said. Words from the beginning of the world. Su Yu was shocked. The Book of First Heavens recorded a total of 10,000 words. The human race chose a word to evolve, and human words were born. The demon race chose a word to evolve, and demon words were born. The Mu race chose a word to evolve, and Mu words were born. It is said that if you can comprehend all the words in the Book of First Heavens, you will be able to understand the 8 heavenly law profound meanings of the world. Destiny, reincarnation, death, life, time, space, soul, and creation. It was the first time Su Yu had heard of the heavenly law profound meanings. Mastering one of the 8 profound meanings can make you the supreme leader of all races, above all living beings. Su Yu's eyes shone. What if I master all 8? 8. Yun Yazi shook his head. Since the beginning of the world, there has only been one person who has mastered all 8 heavenly law profound meanings. That is the young man you saw playing chess. Chapter 942. There is only one heavenly law in this world. Since it is here, there will not be a second heavenly law. Su Yu stared at the Book of First Heavens in his palm and asked, Master, what kind of profound meaning are you studying? Is it the soul? The heavens sun gazing at air was a gift from Yun Yazi. This book was related to the soul. Could it be that Yun Yazi was studying the profound meaning of the soul? Yun Yazi shook his head gently. I only discovered this book later. Although I had the desire to study it thoroughly, I was unable to do so. Su Yu was even more curious. What kind of profound meaning had Yun Yazi chosen? Why had he never revealed it before? Then, how many words of the Book of First Heavens have you mastered? Su Yu asked. Yun Yazi's expression stiffened. Not many. How many is not many? Su Yu pressed on. Yun Yazi put up one finger. Su Yu's eyes lit up. Master, you have comprehended 1,000, a full 10%? However, Yun Yazi shook his head with an unnatural expression. 100? Su Yu clicked his tongue. Yun Yazi's face fell. 10. Su Yu was dumbfounded. Why are you asking so clearly? Can't you comprehend it yourself? Yun Yazi was a little embarrassed and scolded Su Yu. Su Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. This meant that Yun Yazi had only comprehended one of them. What are you surprised about? The Book of First Heavens has existed for hundreds of millions of years, and only a few people can comprehend it. Even among gods, only a few can comprehend it. Yun Yazi said impatiently, his face slightly red. He had lost face in front of his disciple. God. Su Yu was surprised. Was he referring to gods like the tree god? In this world, were there other gods besides the tree god? Was Yun Yazi also a god when he was alive? Just as Su Yu was about to ask more questions, Yun Yazi suddenly said, 2 women are looking for you. I will guide you in your training next time. When he finished speaking, Yun Yazi immediately returned to the jade box, faster than ever before. Su Yu was speechless. He seemed to have touched Yun Yazi's sore spot. Su Yu was more interested in the Book of First Heavens. It involved the great path of the world and was exceptionally mysterious. Brother Yuxian, I heard that you're going to face the emissary from the Heavenly Knife region. We'll cheer for you. Gong Sun Wuxie giggled as she ran into the courtyard. Su Yu put away the Book of First Heavens. The moment he put down the book of First Heavens, many of the words in Su Yu's memory underwent subtle changes. For example, when he was proficient in the Mu language, it seemed to have merged into one. There were clearly millions of characters, but there was a tendency for them to merge into one. The rest of the characters also showed signs of merging. Su Yu was surprised. What was going on? This was the effect of reading the Book of First Heavens. Millions of Mu characters evolved into a single character. Could it be that the Mu characters in his mind were going to fuse into that character? Once the fusion was successful, it would mean that Su Yu had mastered a character of the Book of First Heavens. Yun Yazi had spent his entire life comprehending only one. Yet, Su Yu had managed to comprehend a single character of the Book of First Heavens in such a short time. Su Yu couldn't believe it. After thinking about it for a long time, Su Yu felt that the divine nine-dragon cauldron was the most likely. The 8 profound truths of the heavenly Tao included the profound truths of time and space. The red liquid in the divine nine-dragon cauldron had given Su Yu these 2 profound truths. Although they weren't very profound, they were unique to outsiders. This made Su Yu's heart thump. If he told Yin Yazi about this, he would definitely be so shocked that he wouldn't be able to face his disciple again. After suppressing his emotions, Su Yu looked at the 2 of them and said, "Why are you following me? It's just an ordinary challenge." Bing Wuxin hugged the cold long sword and said, "I'm your fiancé. Is this reason enough?" Su Yu felt a headache coming on. However, Gong Sun Wuxia was beside him, so it wasn't convenient for him to talk about this. He had to find a suitable time to talk to Bing Wuxin alone as soon as possible. "What about you?" Su Yu looked at Gong Sun Wuxia. Gong Sun Wuxia puffed up her chest. "We are the 5 great demons who have gone through thick and thin together. Of course, we have to help you." "Fine." Su Yu had no choice but to step out of the courtyard and come to the 2 of them. How did your soul energy break through the 3rd grade almighty level?" As soon as Su Yu came near, Bing Wuxin blinked her eyes and stared at Su Yu in surprise. Su Yu was able to break through the 3rd grade almighty level because of Yun Yazi. In his deep sleep, the warm energy that relieved his pain could only have come from Yun Yazi. However, Yun Yazi didn't mention anything about this. Gong Sun Wuxia clasped her hands behind her back and walked a circle around Su Yu. She sized him up and said indignantly, "You're the greatest demon. You were just a 6th grade fairy a long time ago, and now you're a 9th grade fairy. Now you're a 3rd grade almighty. My God, if anyone calls me a demon again, I'll beat them to death." Su Yu looked at Bing Wuxin meaningfully. Only all creation old monsters could see through a divine master soul. Yet Bing Wuxin could do it too. Thinking about the 9th grade almighty aura emanating from Bing Wuxin's chest, Su Yu was very curious about Bing Wuxin's identity. It was an accidental breakthrough. Su Yu didn't want to talk about it. Bing Wuxin stared at Su Yu and said, "You're strange from head to toe. I've never seen anyone's soul energy break through so quickly and with such strength. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to increase one's soul energy. Even a divine master who specialized in soul cultivation was only slightly stronger than someone of the same level. Being able to increase one's cultivation by a whole realm was considered an anomaly. Su Yu, a 9th grade fairy, had a 3rd grade almighty soul energy, which couldn't be explained by common sense. "Everyone has their own secrets," Su Yu said calmly. Hearing Su Yu's displeasure, Bing Wuxin snorted. "Who do you think I'm doing this for? If there's anything strange about you, it's best to hide it. Otherwise, when my mother comes to investigate, it'll be too late. She's not as easy to talk to as I am." Gong Sun Wuxia also said, "That's right, Brother Yuxian. Sister Wuxin's mother is very unreasonable." Su Yu looked at Bing Wuxin and muttered under his breath, "Like mother, like daughter. What did you say?" Bing Wuxin frowned. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. He stepped on the tip of his foot and flew into the air. Bing Wuxin snorted coldly. She strode forward with her slender and round legs and caught up with him quickly. She stood on Su Yu's left side and stood side by side with him. From the back, they looked like a married couple. Gong Sun Wuxia laughed charmingly and came to Su Yu's right side. Naturally, she was very close to him and seemed very intimate. Bing Wuxin furrowed her brows. Her lips wriggled, but she didn't stop them in the end. The three of them arrived at the inner sanctum. Many elders of the inner sanctum were already waiting there. Su Yu and the others were the center of attention when they landed. They had only heard of Su Yuxian, the #1 student of the outer sanctum, and had never seen him in person. The sacrifice in the desolate, evil jungle had only surprised and intrigued them. After the battle at the Sidhu family, Su Yu had the ancient space, spiritual body, divine decree, and soul talent. In their eyes, Su Yu was equivalent to a peerless genius. With all these talents added together, he would definitely achieve great things when he grew up. Naturally, they were all eager to see his true appearance. They were sizing Su Yu up, and Su Yu was sizing them up too. He glanced at them one by one and nodded calmly. He then came to Master Ghost's side and stood there quietly. Haha, Master Su, with your status, you could have come to the inner sanctum long ago. Why do you still want to stay in the outer sanctum? The left palace master had a smile on his face. Beside him was Xue Qi, who had met Su Yu several times. Su Yu nodded and smiled. Left palace master, thank you for your kindness, but I will still follow the sanctum's rules. It won't be too late for me to enter the inner sanctum after I break through the divine master realm. How could Su Yu not understand the solicitation in his words? He had brought Xue Qi here with the intention of getting closer to him. However, he really didn't want to be restrained too much. Moreover, the left palace master couldn't give Su Yu what he wanted. In terms of resources, Su Yu wasn't necessarily inferior to the left palace master. The martial path requires perseverance and patience. If you think this way, I won't try to persuade you again. The left palace master smiled, but he was disappointed. Su Yu, who was at the peak of his power, was favored by all parties. He didn't need to join any camp, and he would be specially nurtured. Hence, he wouldn't lack resources. Now, the hope of recruiting Su Yu was slim. Even the left palace master was in such a state, let alone the right palace master. Those who wanted to take Su Yu as their disciple gave up on the idea. The ancient spiritual body was what Palace Master Amo was interested in. Who would dare to snatch it away from her? Whoosh! At this moment, 3 figures stepped into the main hall. 2 of them were strangers, and one of them was someone Su Yu knew. It was the 2-headed man, Qin Lin. Master Ghost said that middle-aged man is the deputy region master of the Heavenly Knife region, and the Jade-Robed man is an expert they found. He's Master Gao from Tinya City, and he couldn't even withstand 3 rounds of attacks. Su Yu looked at the Jade-Robed man and found it strange. This person gave him an uncomfortable feeling. After thinking for a moment, his eyes shone with silver light, and he used his transparent eyes to see through the Jade-Robed man. He didn't know what material the Jade-Robed man was made of, but it was very strange. It was very difficult for his soul eyes to see through it. However, after looking through the Jade-Robed man, there was nothing inside. This scene shocked Su Yu. What's going on? Before Su Yu could take a closer look, a strong repulsive force suddenly bounced Su Yu's soul energy away. Su Yu felt a slight pain in his soul, but his face didn't change. He withdrew his soul eyes as if nothing had happened. The Jade-Robed man exclaimed softly as he looked around. Deputy Region Master Shao noticed the Jade-Robed man's strange behavior and asked through telepathy, "What happened?" The Jade-Robed man said solemnly, "There's an expert here." He saw through the Jade-Robed man and almost saw through me. Upon hearing this, Deputy Region Master Shao became serious and said in a low voice, "How could this be? The Jade-Robed man is a fragment of a fairy artifact, and it's enough to hide from the detection of all creation's old monsters. How could he see through it? I don't know how he did it, but the jade-robed man did see through it, the jade-robed man said. Deputy Region Master Shao narrowed his eyes. It seems that there's another mysterious expert in the Red Blood Palace besides Mo Tianxian. Could it be the Cliff Master of the Severed Fairy Cliff? This person has a close relationship with Mo Tianxian. Right at this moment, a wave of space fluctuation came from the palace master's throne. A woman in black with a graceful figure and stunning beauty descended and sat down naturally. She had a majestic presence, as if she was the ruler of the world. Greetings, Palace Master Mo. The elders bowed one after another. Mo Tianxian glanced at the crowd with her bright eyes, and her gaze lingered on Su Yu and the emissary of the Heavenly Knife region for a brief moment. Since everyone is here, Deputy Region Master Shao, please say it again. Deputy Region Master Shao stepped forward and said with a smile, On behalf of the Region Master, I hope to consult the experts of the Mu clan in the Red Blood Palace about the Mu language. For this purpose, I've been ordered by the Region Master to bring 100 million crystals. If the Heavenly Knife region does not perform well, the 100 million crystals will be considered as compensation for disturbing the Red Blood Palace. If we win by chance, I hope the Red Blood Palace will consider keeping the Heavenly Knife region shop in Tianya City for the time being. Mo Tianxian stared at Su Yu with her pretty eyes. Do you understand? Chapter 943. Speak, Mo Tianxian said. Su Yu glanced at Deputy Region Master Shao. May I ask, Deputy Region Master Shao, is this a challenge between factions or between individuals? Deputy Region Master Shao looked at Su Yu and chuckled. I guess this must be the world-renowned Master Su. This challenge is not only between factions, but also between individuals. Master, do you have any questions? Since it's a personal challenge, it's boring if we don't bet on the outcome, Su Yu said. Deputy Region Master Shao said, Haha, what would you like to bet on, Master Su? Su Yu's eyes flashed. I've heard that the Heavenly Knife region is rich in resources. I'd like to ask for a special cultivation technique that can be used with the treasures in the beads. A bead type of treasure? Everyone was stunned. People who used such treasures were rare. The corresponding cultivation techniques were even rarer. Deputy Region Master Shao frowned slightly. I'm sorry, the Heavenly Knife region does have a few treasures, but I haven't read them, so I can't repeat the contents. Is that so? Su Yu's eyes were filled with disappointment. Isn't it easy to get such a cultivation technique? I have it. A sharp voice floated over. It was the jade-clothed man. A piece of jade on his body emitted a green light and flew toward Su Yu. Su Yu grabbed it in the air, looked at the jade-clothed man for a moment, and probed it with a trace of soul energy. The top-grade legendary cultivation technique, Meteor Light Stream Formation. Su Yu's eyes were filled with surprise. He had used a top-grade legendary cultivation technique. Although such cultivation techniques were not strictly offensive cultivation techniques, and were not as valuable as top-grade legendary cultivation techniques, they were rare and ordinary people could not find them. This man had one with him, which showed that his identity was extraordinary. The Meteor Light Stream Formation was a powerful formation that used 9 beads to form a large formation to destroy the enemy. The power of the formation depended on the number of beads and the strength of the beads. If the beads were all top-grade spiritual artifacts, the 9 beads could seal the enemy, and they would be attacked by 9 beads in succession. The power was comparable to a blow from a 7th-grade Almighty, which was very powerful. An offensive formation. However, the disadvantage of this cultivation technique was that it consumed a lot of soul energy. It was very strenuous for a 6th-grade Almighty to activate the entire formation. Usually, they could only use it once before they felt tired and dizzy. If it wasn't necessary, no one would use it. Su Yu's eyes lit up. His 3rd-grade Almighty Soul really couldn't support 9 round pearls to unleash the Great Formation, but 5 pearls wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, He only needed the underworld pearl to be effective among the 5 of them. Even an all-creation's old monster would lose a layer of skin after being hit by the underworld pearl, let alone an almighty divine master. There was only a name and a brief introduction on the jade slip, nothing else. Su Yu's eyes flickered. What do you want? If I win, I only want one thing. 10 drops of your essence blood, said the jade-clothed man. Su Yu frowned. For practitioners, apart from containing life energy, essence blood often had many other mysterious uses. For example, it could be made into a life plate to determine whether or not it was dead. He resisted the urge to refine some Dharma treasures and talismans. In fact, it could even cause long-range damage to the owner of the blood essence. Emo Tianxian squinted her eyes and stared at Suyu. You have to think this through carefully. I know some strange, secret techniques. A drop of blood essence can control a person from thousands of miles away. Giving one's essence blood to an outsider was a huge taboo in cultivation. Having been reminded by Emo Tianxian, Suyu pondered for a moment and nodded lightly. All right, how do we start the competition? The jade-clothed man laughed. Haha, straightforward. The competition is very simple. The winner will be decided in half a cup of tea's time. As he spoke, 2 wooden tablets appeared in the jade-clothed man's palms, emitting a shocking wood-based scent. Su Yu had only encountered such a rich scent in the ancient Tung forest. The wooden tablets were made of a very precious type of wood, containing a shocking amount of vitality. They were only slightly weaker than the 3 drops of the fountain of life that Su Yu had obtained. Emo Tianxuan's eyes shone. Essence wood of all creations, stage 7. The so-called essence wood was extracted from the core material of the Mu people's torso, where the Mu people's essence was. Usually it could only be extracted when one was alive to retain the essence. After death, the essence would dissipate. In Juzhou, this item was something that could only be encountered by chance, because the Mu people of Juzhou were as rare as phoenix feathers and water chestnuts. Moreover, they had cultivated to stage 7 all creations, which was close to the mortal fairy level. Apart from the 9 great prefectures' kings, the severed fairy cliff was the most likely to possess this item, and he had 2 of them. The Mu words are different from those of the human race, which are learned at a young age, familiarized and finally mastered. Once the Mu people reach adulthood and gain spiritual intelligence, they will automatically open up their inherited memories and obtain all the wood words. The memory of the Mu words. The essence wood contains the memories of the Mu people. As long as one instills his own memory of the Mu words into the essence wood will respond. The more one can overlap with the essence wood's memory, the more it will resonate with the essence wood. An appearance of annual rings will be able to determine which of us has a broader and more accurate memory of the Mu words. Su Yu stared at the essence wood. He could confirm that the inheritance of the Mu people's memory was true. In other words, the memory preserved by this essence would covered all the Mu words. Su Yu only needed to instill the Mu words that he had learned into the essence wood, and the essence would respond. According to the strength of the response, annual rings would appear on the essence wood. The number of annual rings would directly reflect the gap between the 2 parties. Su Yu's pupils shone brightly, and he nodded slightly. Let's begin. The jade-clothed man stepped forward and placed his palm on the essence wood. He slowly closed his eyes and silently recalled the Mu words in his memory. Before long, the essence wood began to tremble slightly like a fish, and a circle of annual rings appeared in the center of the essence wood. Su Yu stepped forward calmly and placed his palm on it as well, recalling the Mu words in his memory. Before long, the essence wood began to tremble slightly, and an annual ring appeared. As the competition began, both Deputy Region Master Xiao and Emo Tianxian began to pay attention. Sister Wuxin, who do you think is more powerful? Gongsun Wuxia stared at Su Yu and asked with a faint smile. Bing Wuxin said, I can't tell at the moment, but there is a 90% chance that Su Yu will lose. Why are you so sure? Gongsun Wuxia did not think much of it. In her mind, Su Yu was the ruthless demonic man who shocked the continent. How could such a powerful existence lose so easily, even if it was in the realm of words? Bing Wuxin said, "It's very simple." The other party came prepared. He even dared to make a bet of 100 million crystals, so he must be fully prepared. In the competition between the two sides, the fairest part was the same essence wood, and the most unfair part is also the same two sets of essence wood. Gongsun Wuxia was quick-witted and immediately understood. She blinked her big eyes. "Sister Wuxin, you mean that there is something wrong with Brother Yu Xian's essence wood?" The most unfair part was that the essence wood was prepared by the challenger. Whether there was a problem or not, only they would know. Bing Wuxin nodded lightly and immediately looked at Mo Tianxian. "Yes, let's see what our palace master Mo will do." Both sides patiently instilled their memories, and the intensity of their essence wood's reaction was about the same. Seeing that they were about to enter a stalemate, Mo Tianxian suddenly said, "Exchange the essence wood, and the competition continues." Her voice contained some kind of great power, and the two who were trying hard to recall were disrupted at the same time. Deputy Region Master Xiao frowned. "Palace Master Mo, this is not good, is it?" Mo Tianxian said indifferently, "This is good. You brought the essence wood, so you know very well whether there is a problem with the two sets of essence wood. During the competition, just now, this master of yours did not give us any opportunity to choose any essence wood. If you have the chance to choose the essence wood, just choose one and start. Of course, I have reason to suspect that there are differences between the two. In addition, if there is any difference between the two sets of essence wood that will affect the competition during the competition, the challenge will be stopped on the spot," Mo Tianxian announced without any hesitation. Although Deputy Region Master Xiao was reluctant, he nodded. "Don't worry, there is no problem with the essence wood." Next, both sides exchanged essence wood. Such a small interlude ensured that the competition was fair. The competition resumed, and the annual rings on both sets of essence wood grew steadily. Mo Tianxian watched quietly. The benefits of this battle were secondary. 100 million crystals and 500 shops were shocking, but the most important thing was their reputation. If the Heavenly Knife region lost like this, the Red Blood Palace would become a laughing stock. In the blessed and heavenly lands where chaos was gradually rising, any incident that would damage the faction's image had to be paid close attention. Moreover, Tenya City was located at the border of both sides, and it was a place that the military would fight for. It was not easy to drive them out with the sacrifice. If they occupied another part of it, it would be even more difficult to drive them out again. Both sides' annual rings were growing at the same rate. Su Yu was multitasking. When he caught a glimpse of his opponent's annual rings, he was secretly shocked. The faster the annual rings grew, the faster and more accurate his recall speed was, and the more words there were. So far, Su Yu had recalled more than half of his Mu words, and his opponent could still keep up with his rhythm. 3/4 of the time had passed, and both sides had reached the final stage. Su Yu had recalled all the simple and easy-to-remember Mu words, and all that was left was the ancient words. To Su Yu's surprise, his opponent's speed was still almost the same as his. There was dead silence in the main hall, and no one dared to breathe as they stared at the changing annual rings of both sides. They could all see that both sides were evenly matched. Deputy Region Master Zhao's face was solemn, and he was extremely surprised. According to the jade-clothed man, there was no one in the Jiuzhou continent who understood Mu words better than him. However, Su Yu was not at a disadvantage, and he was even slightly ahead. Both sides had reached 60 annual rings. Finally, half a cup of tea's time had passed. Su Yu had recalled all the Mu words in his memory, and there were a total of 66 thick annual rings. However, Su Yu's face fell when his opponent's annual rings continued to grow. This did not make sense. The speed of both sides' memories was almost the same. There should not have been a situation where Su Yu had finished recalling while his opponent's momentum did not slow down. The scene made the faces of those who did not know the truth change abruptly. Su Yu is no match for him. This thought appeared in everyone's mind. Mo Tianquan's face fell. If her opponent was obviously cheating, she could declare the duel invalid. However, it turned out that her own people were not good enough. The group of inner sanctum elders felt as if the sky had collapsed, and their faces were gloomy and unpleasant. Oh no, the Heavenly Knife region had re-entered Tianya City, and their reputation had been completely destroyed. It was equivalent to being slapped in the face. They had used Mu words to seize the shops of the Heavenly Knife region, but the Heavenly Knife region had used the same method to take them back. Such a deliberate way of humiliating them made their faces fall. Palace Master, the duel is fake. He has finished recalling all the Mu words. What he is recalling now is not Mu words at all, but other memories that can resonate with essence would. So you said. He cupped his fists. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. There was a problem. There was no problem with the essence wood, but there was a problem with the person. The jade-clothed man must have had more memories of resonating with essence wood, which he used to imitate Mu words. Perhaps the jade-clothed man had never thought that there would be someone who had comprehended all the Mu words, forcing him to confuse other memories after he had finished memorizing the words and add more growth rings. Mo Tianquan's brows relaxed, and she looked at Deputy Region Master Xiao coldly. Do you want me to stop it? What she meant was that the duel was fake and should be declared invalid. However, Deputy Region Master Zhao's expression was calm, as if he had long been prepared for this. He smiled faintly and said, Palace Master Mo, we made it very clear. The competition is to see who can cause more essence would to resonate. We have a broader and deeper understanding of the Mu words. We didn't say that one must resonate with Mu words. That was only part of it. Hearing this, everyone was furious. The dignified Heavenly Knife region is playing with words. Don't you think it's shameless? Master Ghost scolded sternly. They had thought it was a duel of Mu words, but the Heavenly Knife region had changed the concept to a duel of resonating with essence, with memories. The two were worlds apart. What? The dignified Red Blood Palace can't afford to lose? Deputy Region Master Xiao said. Firstly, I didn't cheat, and secondly, I didn't deceive you. You didn't hear the rules clearly and you blame us? Also, aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? The crowd was enraged, and they were filled with righteous indignation. Mo Tianxian waved her hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Her expression was no better than the elders, and there was a cold gleam in the depths of her eyes. If she went back on her words and declared the duel invalid, the Red Blood Palace's reputation would be gone. If she didn't go back on her words and admitted defeat, the Red Blood Palace would lose all face. No matter what the outcome was, the Red Blood Palace would lose the duel and the people. The consequences were very serious. If they were to compare rationally, the latter was more rational than the former. Lost face could be regained, and lost shops could be snatched again. If they lost their reputation, the Red Blood Palace would have difficulty moving forward, and their influence in the blessed and heavenly lands would plummet. The loss was not something that could be compared to losing 500 shops. Therefore, if she had to choose, Mo Tianxian would choose the latter and admit defeat. Understanding the palace master's decision, the elders were furious. Shameless. The elders were furious, but also sorrowful. A moment of carelessness had resulted in such a heavy loss. Deputy Region Master Xiao smiled faintly. Haha, calm down, everyone. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. After suffering a small loss this time, you can avoid suffering a big loss in the future. Why not? Hearing his gloating words, The crowd was even more furious. However, the more furious they were, the more mockery and contempt in Deputy Region Master Zhao's eyes became. Deputy Region Master Xiao, what you mean is, as long as the essence would can resonate, any means will do, right? So you asked. Deputy Region Master Xiao thought for a moment, then said cautiously, only using your memory to trigger the resonance. Any other means will be considered a violation of the rules. Su Yu nodded lightly. Fine, if that's the case, I'll continue. I hope you won't regret it too much. In terms of Mu-related memories, Su Yu had the distant memories of the desolate, evil jungle and the tree goddess. More recently, he had the Book of First Heavens, which had primitive Mu words on it. It was the beginning of Mu words. Both of these memories were extremely strong memories for the Mu people. It was hard to predict how strong the resonance would be. Deputy Region Master Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Staring at Su Yu's calm face, he had a bad feeling. Su Yu placed his hands on the essence wood again and said calmly, Continue. Chapter 944. The annual rings on Su Yu's essence would increase explosively. 66 annual rings, reaching a total of 70, quickly catching up with the jade-clothed man. The two were tight again. The difference was that the growth of Su Yu's essence wood's annual rings was several times faster than the jade-clothed man's. Su Yu's essence would seem to be greatly stimulated, resonating with the remnant memories in the essence wood. Deputy Region Master Zhao's facial muscles stiffened, and even his eyes looked dull. After a while he recovered and said coldly, He is cheating. Humph! A cold snort fell into Deputy Region Master Zhao's ears. His whole body shook as if he had been electrocuted. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth as he looked at Emo Tianxian. Emo Tianxian sneered. Just because you have a mouth doesn't mean you can talk nonsense. It was obvious that the Heavenly Knife region had cheated first, and when they found out things were beyond their expectations, they accused the Red Blood Palace of cheating. Emo Tianxian, who had been suppressing her anger for a long time, could not be polite. After being taught a lesson by Emo Tianxian, Deputy Region Master Xiao kept his mouth shut and focused his eyes on Su Yu and the jade-clothed man again. His relaxed expression disappeared, replaced by anxiety. An accident had occurred in the gambling game that was almost certain to be won. The jade-clothed man split a bit of his attention to check on Su Yu's movements and was shocked. Who are you? Only someone who had a close relationship with the Mu race could master the entire set of Mu words and resonate with the essence wood. How did Su Yu do it? Su Yu did not respond, but resonated silently. After a while, the annual rings on Su Yu's essence would reach 90. The jade-clothed man only had 85. The speed of the annual rings on both sides gradually slowed down and came to a stop. The challenge was about to come to an end, and the winner was obvious. It's not over yet. The jade-clothed man snorted coldly, and the many jade pieces on the surface of his body suddenly burst into bright light. The gradually stagnating annual rings suddenly increased from 85 to 98 in the blink of an eye, and it was still growing. On the other hand, Su Yu seemed to be exhausted and gradually stopped. Seeing this, Deputy Region Master Xiao relaxed a lot and breathed a sigh of relief. The faces of the Red Blood Palace became gloomy again. What happened? Why did the essence wood in his hand suddenly increase? All the elders were shocked. Palace Mistress Emo narrowed her eyes. The situation was getting worse and worse. Deputy Region Master Xiao smiled faintly and said, It's impossible for you to defeat him. Emo Tianxian thought for a moment and snorted softly. She waved her sleeves and released a strong force. The jade clothes on the jade-clothed man's body were blown off silently, revealing his true body. All the elders looked over and were shocked. He's not human. The person before him had the appearance of a human, but his facial features were stiff and lifeless. His face was filled with wooden patterns. How was this a human? It was clearly the Wood Tribe. Moreover, from the wood attribute aura it emitted. It was of the same origin as Essence Wood. It was very likely that this Wood clan member had a close connection with Essence Wood, so they shared a lot of memories. Is the Heavenly Knife region toying with us? Mo Tianquan's face was gloomy. What kind of joke was this? Who could cause the Essence Wood's memories to resonate better than a member of the Wood race, and a member of the Wood race who had the same origin as Essence Wood? From the very beginning, there was no chance of winning this duel. No wonder he had to wear a mysterious jade robe to conceal his aura. Who wouldn't be enraged after understanding all this? Deputy Region Master Zhao's face changed and stiffened for a moment. He forced himself to calm down and said, Palace Master Mo, before the duel began, there was no rule that forbade members of the same race as Essence Wood from participating. How could the Heavenly Knife region be toying with you? I hope Palace Master Mo won't talk nonsense and bring shame to the reputation of the Heavenly Knife region. This sentence was a quote from Mo Tianxian, and it was full of sarcasm. Mo Tianquan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but she forced herself to hold it in. Indeed, they had been careless. They hadn't thought that the Heavenly Knife region would find a Wood clan member. The Wood clan's presence in Jiuzhou was limited to the desolate, evil jungle. However, the Wood clan in the desolate, evil jungle had never stepped out for thousands of years, and it was impossible for them to join in the disputes of Jiuzhou's human race. Due to their carelessness, the Heavenly Knife region had found a mysterious Wood clan member. Mo Tianxian looked at Su Yu and sighed silently. Su Yu had tried his best. In the end, he used a mysterious method to increase the number of annual rings and exposed the special identity of the jade-clothed man. No matter who won or lost, he couldn't be blamed. The rest of the elders looked at Su Yu with understanding. In this world, who could compete with the Wood clan's culture? No, to be precise, Su Yu's mastery of the Wood clan's language was slightly better than this Wood clan member's. It was just that the other party had cheated and limited the way of the duel. Su Yu was defeated, but not humiliated. It was a pity that the favorable situation had deteriorated again. Su Yu stared at the lineup of the jade-clothed man with suspicion. This person wasn't an ancient bronze tree man. Could there be other kinds of Wood clan people in the Jiuzhou continent? Where did they come from? But there was no time to think about it now. The Wood clan used Essence Wood from their own race to compete with Su Yu, an outsider, to see who could resonate more. Even with the two great memories, it was far from enough to compete. I can only try the Book of First Heavens. If I can comprehend it further and condense the most primitive character, I might have a chance of winning, Su Yu thought to himself. That character had produced millions of Wood clan languages, created the Wood clan culture, and gave birth to the Wood clan civilization. According to the characteristics of the Wood clan, this inheritance was completed through the bloodline. No memory could be compared to the inherited memory. The memory of the jade-clothed man was at most related to the former owner of the Essence Wood, but it couldn't be compared to the inherited memory. As long as he could comprehend it, even if it was just a trace, he could trigger the inherited memory in the bloodline of the Essence Wood. With a thought, Su Yu calmed down and began to recall the Book of First Heavens that he had read. Between heaven and earth, birth, aging, sickness and death, reincarnation and destiny, all kinds of profound meanings of heaven and earth slid through the depths of Su Yu's mind like flowing water. The profound meaning of time, space, and soul. When the three kinds of profound meanings appeared, they resonated with Su Yu, and he felt a sense of intimacy. It was as if there were three kinds of weak, heavenly law profound meanings existing in Su Yu's body. Gradually, Su Yu had an illusion that he was a part of the shapeless heavenly law. The feeling of integration was like when a baby was born. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Yu closed his eyes and fell into meditation. But in Su Yu's eyes, he was one with heaven and earth. All of a sudden, Mo Tianxian seemed to sense something and stared at Su Yu. From the outside, Suyu didn't seem to have changed, but she could tell that Suyu had undergone an indescribable transformation from the inside out. It was as if Suyu's body had integrated with something. For a long time, Suyu was still immersed in the heavenly law profound meaning of the Book of First Heavens. During this period of time, the Mu people had resonated with a total of 130 annual rings. The gap between them had widened, and in the eyes of outsiders, it was impossible to catch up. Palace Master Amo, can you announce the end of the competition? Deputy Region Master Xiao said with a smile. He heaved a long sigh of relief and glanced at Suyu, whose annual rings had stopped growing for a long time. He had thought that Suyu was just a human who was proficient in Mu words. He didn't expect that he had other means to trigger resonance. Fortunately, he had been prepared. Otherwise, the Heavenly Knife region would lose 100 million and become a laughingstock. Mo Tianxian stared at Suyu and shook her head. Both sides have stopped. Suyu is still trying. The competition isn't over yet. Deputy Region Master Xiao looked at Suyu and shrugged indifferently. What he meant was there any point in continuing? After such a long time, if Suyu really had a way, he would have triggered resonance with the essence would long ago. Right at that moment, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. There was a ripple in his black and white eyes. Coincidentally, Mo Tianquan's eyes met with this pair of eyes. In an instant, Mo Tianquan's body shook violently. In those eyes, Mo Tianxian seemed to see a galaxy of the universe swirling in Suyu's eyes. Many mysterious profoundness filled his eyes. From those eyes, Mo Tianxian vaguely touched upon a whole new world. However, this sense of touch quickly disappeared as Suyu's eyes returned to normal. At that moment, Mo Tianxian couldn't recall the mysterious world she had just felt. It was as if some invisible force was keeping her out of this world. This feeling of confusion filled Mo Tianxian with surprise and doubt. Staring at Suyu, Mo Tianquan's eyes were filled with curiosity. But soon, her attention was quickly drawn away. Swish! The essence wood in front of Suyu, whose annual rings had stopped growing for a long time, suddenly began to tremble. Like a big fish that had come back to life, it shook violently and leaped from the ground into the air as if it had become a living creature. Mo Tianxian and the jade-clothed man of the Mu clan were shocked by such a peculiar scene. What have you done? At that moment, the essence wood was not only throbbing violently, but drops of crystal-clear liquid emerged from within the essence wood. It contained an extremely rich breath of life. Taking a breath of it was refreshing, and one's lifespan was slightly increased. Gongsun Wuxia's nose twitched as she said in surprise, "It's the fountain of life!" Only the divine master of the Mu clan, and above, could produce the spiritual liquid, which was the life essence of the Mu clan. This item could only be produced by the Mu clan willingly. It could not be obtained by external force. The Mu clan's pupils shrank. What had happened? The essence could even produce the fountain of life on its own. Then, a scene that shocked both the Mu clan and me happened. The annual rings of the essence began to grow again. However, it wasn't growing one by one, but 10 by 10. From 90, just now, it quickly grew to 100, and it quickly caught up with the jade-clothed man. The jade-clothed man's face changed drastically. His palm that had left the essence quickly attached itself to it, and it began to resonate again. His stiff face was anthropomorphic, revealing a panicked expression. However, he had used up most of the resonance memory, and the growth of the annual rings was very slow. After 3 breaths, Suyu easily overtook him. After 10 breaths, when Suyu had reached 150 annual rings, the Mu clan only had 140, and the rate of growth was almost stagnant. After another 10 breaths, Suyu had reached 160 annual rings, but the Mu clan had completely stagnated. The competition had come to an end. What did you do? The Mu clan's man stared at Suyu, unable to believe the essence in Suyu's palm. It was no longer a piece of essence wood, but a strange object that was glowing all over, surging with the fountain of life. In this piece of essence wood, the Mu clan's man could even feel a breath of their race's bloodline that was rooted in them, the memory of the bloodline inheritance. The Mu clan's pupils shrank as he said in shock. Suyu opened his eyes slowly, but did not stop immediately. He only withdrew his palm when the annual rings of the essence would could no longer grow. Patter! The essence would fell silently, and Suyu grasped it in his palm. Suyu did not leave a single drop of the surging fountain of life. He removed all of it and placed it in a jade bottle. The essence would had the soul energy of an all creations when it was alive. Although the fountain of life was far less precious than the Inmu, it was still a rare spiritual object in the world. Every drop could prolong one's life by dozens of years. There were at least 20 or 30 drops in the entire jade bottle, which was extremely valuable. Any drop could be exchanged for 1,000,000 crystals. Suyu nodded as he put it away. The attempt was indeed worth it. After comprehending the Book of First Heavens, the 10,000 most primitive words in the world gradually took shape in Suyu's mind. The 1,000,000 Mu clan words that he had mastered were reduced to 500,000. They were gradually flowing back to the most primitive Mu words, as if they were returning to the most primitive Mu words. It was this returning that triggered the resonance of the memory of the essence with its bloodline inheritance, and even the fountain of life overflowed on its own just now. I'm asking you a question. What did you do? The Mu clan's man stared at Suyu and questioned him. There was an inexplicable surprise in his tone. Suyu glanced at him calmly. Do I have to answer just because you ask? Suyu withdrew his gaze and said, Palace Master Mo, the competition is over. Palace Master Mo, please make a decision as soon as possible. The reminder caused Palace Master Mo and the other elders to wake up from their daze. The elders still had blank looks on their faces, and they didn't even have time to show their joy. What was supposed to be a simple competition had been full of twists and turns. In the end, Suyu had used his mysterious trump card and crushed the Mu clan's man, who couldn't possibly win. It made them feel like they were in a dream. Palace Master Mo's cold face showed a look of approval. Suyu, well done. You have done me a great service. She was in a good mood, and even Suyu seemed more pleasing to the eye. Deputy Region Master Xiao, hand over the crystals and the promised cultivation techniques to me for inspection. After that, you can leave. I won't be seeing you out. Deputy Region Master Zhao's face was as gloomy as the dark clouds in the sky. It looked like water was about to drip out. He had been defeated. It was an unbelievable defeat. A human could resonate with the essence with even more than the Mu clan. He couldn't accept it no matter what. However, the competition was under the watchful eyes of everyone. There was no possibility of cheating. On the contrary, if they insisted on cheating, they would be more suspicious. His heart was heavy. When he returned to the Heavenly Knife region, he would definitely anger the region master, not to mention losing 100,000,000 crystals. The influence of Tianya City would be completely wiped out. More importantly, he would be humiliated. Not only had he failed to humiliate them, but he had been humiliated instead. Not only the blessed and heavenly lands, but the other regions of the Central Prefecture would also mock him. Gritting his teeth secretly, Deputy Region Master Xiao took out a space ring and took the jade piece containing the cultivation techniques from the Mu clan's hand. He handed it to Mo Tianxian with an ugly look. Mo Tianxian glanced at it to confirm the number of crystals and the authenticity of the cultivation techniques. She nodded slightly. Not bad. You can leave now. If you want to stay for a few more days, the Red Blood Palace will treat you with courtesy. If you want to leave, we won't hold you back. How could Deputy Region Master Xiao still have the mood to stay? He cupped his fists. Farewell. Chapter 945. Only after the two of them left did the elders reveal relieved expressions. Master Su, You've made contributions to the Red Blood Palace again. I'm ashamed of my inferiority." Master Ghost stepped forward and cupped his fists. The other elders of the inner sanctum looked at Suyu in a different light. Judging from his performance just now, he could no longer be regarded as an amazingly talented disciple. In terms of contribution, he was by no means inferior to the elders present. "Master Ghost, you flatter me. I was just lucky for a moment. I can't be compared to a pillar of the faction like Master Ghost," Suyu said modestly. Master Ghost just shook his head and smiled. Emo Tianxian rubbed the jade slip in her palm and threw it to Suyu. "You did well. I look forward to your continued performance." After that, she waved her hand to dismiss the meeting. She tore the space apart and strode away. Suyu didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Emo Tianxian seemed to have glanced at him. That glance made Suyu vigilant. "Wow, Brother Yuxian, you're amazing." Gongsun Wuxia ran over, her eyes filled with stars. Among all the people present, she was the one who was least worried about the outcome, as she knew Suyu's true identity. After all, how could such a great person lose such a small competition? Bing Wuxin walked over, her eyes deep in thought. "For a moment, you seem to have touched the door to another world. I've only felt such a feeling for my mother. I don't understand what you're talking about." Suyu pretended to be confused, but he was very surprised. Bing Wuxin's mother also had such an aura. "Who is she?" Gongsun Wuxia said, "Brother Yuxian, you're in the limelight again today. The so-called geniuses of the inner sanctum are about to be overshadowed by you." Suyu smiled and looked at Gongsun Wuxia. After thinking for a moment, he took out the jade bottle and extracted a drop of the fountain of life from it. "Try it first and see if it works for you." Gongsun Wuxia and Fairy Ling had entered the desolate, evil jungle together in search of the fountain of life to wash away the medicinal power of the divine herb that she had mistakenly consumed. Gongsun Wuxia's eyes lit up. She took it and flashed a bright and dazzling smile. She was slightly excited, like a child who had eaten honey. "I won't stand on ceremony." Gongsun Wuxia smiled and looked at Suyu deeply. She giggled and swallowed it on the spot. After a while, Gongsun Wuxia's body exuded a strong vitality, which was constantly dissipating from her pores. However, there were no changes to Gongsun Wuxia's body even after a long time had passed. Gongsun Wuxia's small face darkened as she said, "The medicinal power has already invaded my limbs and all my meridians. It's useless. However, it's very comfortable. It's like my body has taken a bath from the inside out." Suyu furrowed his brows. If the spring of life of the Wood Clan of all creations couldn't be cleansed, then the spring of life of the Wood Clan of Mortal Fairy wouldn't work either. The only difference between the two was the intensity of vitality. There was no qualitative difference in the effect of cleansing the body. Could it be that he needed the tree goddess spring of life? "I'll give you another 5 drops. Take them slowly when you go back. Perhaps they'll have an effect if you accumulate them." Suyu thought about it for a moment, then gave her 5 drops without changing his expression. "Suyu, Su, Su Wu, Su, Su, Su R. You, Su, 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 Su. You seem to be very rich. You should know how precious the spring of life is." Gongsun Wuxia was elated when she heard this, and she couldn't stop smiling. Besides, Bing Wuxin looked at Gongsun Wuxia and said, "You gave her the spring of life. Why didn't you give it to me? I'm your fiancé." Suyu was startled. "Do you need it?" Bing Wuxin glared at her. "It's not a matter of whether I need it or not." For some reason, Suyu was so considerate to Gongsun Wuxia, but he treated her so casually. She, who had always been emotionless, felt disgusted and uncomfortable. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, "Senior Sister Wuxin, if you have time tonight, I'd like to talk to you alone. There's something I need to clarify with you." "All right." Bing Wuxin nodded her snow-white chin without hesitation. After returning to the Demon Mountain, The three of them went back to their respective houses. Su Yu immediately opened the cultivation technique he had obtained, the meteor light stream formation. When he placed the jade slip on his forehead, a complete cultivation technique appeared in his mind. Mo Tianxian had personally examined this cultivation technique, so it shouldn't have been tampered with by the Wood Clan's people. Rather than calling this cultivation technique a cultivation technique, it would be better to call it a formation. As long as he had enough magical treasures, he would be able to set up the meteor light stream formation according to its instructions. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu took out the dry cloud 5 elemental formations formation pearl. Su Yu had fused the blue formation pearl with the underworld pearl and refined it into its current form. As for the other 4, they hadn't been used for a long time because their grades were too low. A semi-manufactured spiritual artifact couldn't even be considered a spiritual artifact, so its might was quite limited. I can only make do with it, Su Yu said. Su Yu said if he had the chance, he would look for a few more high-grade, round, magical treasures and use them for now. Su Yu got rid of all distracting thoughts, then arranged the underworld pearl and the 5 spherical magical treasures according to the cultivation technique's instructions. Shortly after, he operated the great formation according to the cultivation technique's instructions. All of a sudden, the 5 spherical beads floated up and revolved around Su Yu at high speed. At first, they left behind many residual shadows, but they gradually turned into nothingness and disappeared. In the end, they looked like the 5 spherical beads were fixed in place. In fact, they were revolving at such a high speed that it seemed like they were fixed in place without any changes to the naked eye. The rapid rotation of the 5 spherical beads caused a shocking vortex to form in the central region, which crazily pulled everything in its surroundings toward the formation center. Once one was sucked into the formation center, one would be pulled in by a suction force from all directions, unable to move at all. So you felt like he was sinking into sand, and it was difficult for him to move. Even the slightest movement of his fingers was extremely slow. He believed that a middle-stage almighty or even a 6th-grade almighty would be slowed down if they were sucked into it. Shortly after, the 5 rotating spherical beads descended rapidly, shrinking the area around them. The objects that were sucked into the formation were bombarded by the 5 rotating spherical beads, one after another, and they were bombarded at an extremely high speed. When the 5 spherical beads reached Su Yu's head, almost everything in the formation suffered a destructive blow. The 4 formation beads were fine, but even the underworld pearl could shatter one's body with just a slight touch, let alone being bombarded multiple times. If the All Creation's old monster could be fixed in the formation, he could rely on this formation to blast All Creation's old monsters into smithereens. The only flaw was that this cultivation technique couldn't trap All Creation's old monsters. All Creation's old monsters could easily tear the space apart and break the formation seal. However, Su Yu was already very satisfied. If he encountered a top-notch middle-stage almighty like the Shao's family master again, he would be able to deal with him easily. Su Yu put away the 5 spherical beads. He was extremely satisfied with this cultivation technique. Master. After muttering to himself for a long time, Su Yu couldn't help but call out to Yun Yazi. Yun Yazi's soul appeared in his body, and he stared at Su Yu. After a long while, he let out a long sigh. The new generation excels the old, and each generation has its own talented people. It was my mistake not to have given you the Book of First Heavens earlier. If Yun Yazi wanted to know what was happening in the outside world, he could do so easily. The changes in Su Yu's body couldn't escape his eyes. Su Yu said embarrassedly, Master, I couldn't have comprehended the Book of First Heavens without the knowledge of the languages of the 10,000 clans. Haha, do I need you to comfort an old man like me? Incompetence is incompetence. Yun Yazi glared at Su Yu. As a master, the happiest and the most unhappy thing was the same thing. The disciple had surpassed the master. Su Yu chuckled and his face became solemn. "Master, I want to ask you something. Does the Book of Heart's oaths have any binding power on all creation's strong men?" Yunyazi replied without hesitation, "Of course it does. Even mortal fairies can't escape the binding power of the Book of Heart's oaths, let alone the all creation's mysterious realm." "Is that so?" Su Yu's eyes were filled with doubt, and he told Yunyazi about his agreement with Mo Tianxian. After listening to him, Yunyazi stroked his beard and said, "If your intuition isn't wrong, it's not that she can escape the Book of Heart's oaths, but that she isn't afraid of its backlash." He then added, "Once the Book of Heart's oaths is destroyed, it will turn into a knot in the cultivator's heart. Normally, nothing can be seen, but once the cultivator reaches a critical juncture of a breakthrough or comprehension, it will become agitated, and the cultivator won't be able to proceed smoothly. But if this palace mistress Mo has already given up on further cultivation, and she tore the Book of Heart's oaths apart, no one can do anything about it." Su Yu furrowed his brows, feeling uneasy. "Master, is there any way to guard against it?" His intuition told him that Mo Tianxian was most likely the latter. She hadn't made a breakthrough for many years, and she had already given up on further cultivation. So, it was entirely possible for her to tear up the Book of Heart's oaths and search Su Yu's soul. Yunyazi chuckled. "The soul search is a secret technique of the soul, and it's quite simple to block it. I'll just set a soul seal on the surface of your soul, and she won't be able to search it. This seal has another function, and it's that you can hide the memories you want to hide within it. This way, she will only be able to search your ordinary soul." Upon hearing the former, Su Yu furrowed his brows. Not being able to search her soul would only make Mo Tianxian more suspicious. However, the latter could make Mo Tianxian give up temporarily. After a short while, Yunyazi took out a speck of light the size of a grain of rice from between his brows and placed it between Su Yu's brows. When it touched Su Yu's brows, Yunyazi furrowed his brows. Soon, Su Yu felt as if his soul was wearing a thick armor, and it was unprecedentedly sturdy. If she wants to do something to you, you don't have to resist it. You can even let her do whatever she wants, Yunyazi said. Su Yu nodded. "Yes, I understand what to do now." Yunyazi said, "Then I'll retreat for now. I can feel a spatial fluctuation brewing. Palace Mistress Samo is coming." However, before he retreated, he paused slightly and stared at Su Yu's brows as he said, "The next time you come out, I'll deal with the Tao Tai's eye between your brows again." As he spoke of the Tao Tai's eye, Yunyazi's tone became a little heavier. "Master, is there something wrong with this eye? Did I do something wrong?" Su Yu couldn't help but ask. He hadn't explained the formation of this eye to Yunyazi in detail, but Yunyazi had specifically brought it up, which made Su Yu feel a little uneasy. Yunyazi stared at Su Yu's brows as if he could see through them. He sighed and said, "It's not your fault. I didn't stop you in time." Su Yu's heart thumped. Could there be something wrong with this eye? As he recalled the use of this eye, it was used by the demon race, and it wasn't suitable for the human race. Could it be that there was something wrong with it? Chapter 946. Touching the space between his brows, Su Yu's heart sank. He had been forced to refine the Tao Tai's eye, and there was indeed a problem. However, this was not the time to think about this. Su Yu immediately sat down with his legs crossed and pretended to close his eyes to cultivate. Before long, a faint spatial fluctuation reverberated in the room. Even without opening his eyes, Su Yu could sense that a person had silently descended upon the house. "Are you meditating?" "Just nice." A black-clothed woman floated in Su Yu's room, looking at him quietly. Su Yu's performance had piqued Mo Tianxuan's interest, including in the main hall just now. What kind of person could stimulate the essence with inherited memories? What kind of person could have the profound meaning of heaven and earth flicker in his eyes? Space magical powers, divine decree, and soul talent Finally, Mo Tianxian was still brooding over Su Yu's true identity. If she did not search his soul thoroughly, she would not be able to resolve her doubts. Seeing that Su Yu had entered a meditative state, demonic energy emerged from Mo Tianquan's palm and quietly enveloped Su Yu's body. Su Yu did not feel it at all and was still meditating. This will prevent you from feeling any pain, and it will also prevent you from realizing that your soul is being searched. Mo Tianxian did not doubt whether Su Yu had really entered a meditative state, because she had never thought that Su Yu had the ability to predict her arrival in advance. Mo Tianxian extended her slender finger and touched the space between Su Yu's brows. An ice-cold touch, like a tentacle, penetrated deep into Su Yu's soul, searching for his past memories. After a cup of tea's time, Mo Tianxian slightly furrowed her brows. After a cup of tea's time, her face was full of suspicion. After the last incense stick's time, Mo Tianxian withdrew her finger and stared at Su Yu in surprise. What's going on? I can't search for any relevant memories. Regarding Su Yu's space magical powers, divine decree, soul talent, and how he managed to resonate with the essence wood, it was as if someone had cut off all the relevant memories. She even found that Su Yu had lost a large part of his memory. The memory of a year ago was completely blank, as if it had never happened. After thinking for a while, Mo Tianxian withdrew the demonic energy that enveloped Su Yu and instilled a pure, mighty power into the top of Su Yu's head. Su Yu's eyes widened, and he woke up from his meditative state. It's you. When did you come to my room? What did you do to me? Mo Tianquan's face was as cold as ice. She snorted and said, Cut the crap. Let me ask you, why is your memory from a year ago blank? There are also some related memories, but I can't find any trace of them. I can't even find the memory of when we met. Did you tamper with your memories? Su Yu was infuriated by the repeated interrogation. Did you search my soul while I was meditating? Are you not afraid of the Heart's Oath Scroll? Su Yu's reaction was very realistic, and it didn't seem like he was faking it. Mo Tianxian didn't notice anything amiss, and she said coldly, I'm asking you a question. Speak. Su Yu's expression changed several times, but he swallowed his anger and said, You are a dignified palace master, yet you go back on your word. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. Back then, because of my cultivation, my lifespan was greatly reduced, and that's why I'm so old now. In fact, my soul strength was also damaged at that time. Not only did my old memories disappear, but my recent memories would also often become blurry. If you can't find the memories you want from my soul, then I can only apologize to you. Su Yu snorted coldly. Mo Tianxian was surprised, and she sized up Su Yu's old body once again. Now, she somewhat believed Su Yu's words. Su Yu's dangerous cultivation, which had almost exhausted all of his lifespan, could really harm his soul. Hence, Su Yu's words were somewhat credible. You aren't lying to me, are you? Mo Tianxian wasn't willing to accept this. She had assumed that she would find many interesting memories, but she was greatly disappointed. She couldn't even ascertain whether it was really that ruthless demonic man who had healed her injuries. Humph! Didn't you already search my soul? Why are you still asking me? Su Yu was furious. Mo Tianxian thought about it for a moment, then gave up for the time being. However, she still stared at Su Yu for a while. I don't know why, but I always feel like you're hiding something. You should behave yourself, and don't let me get hold of you. After she spoke, she tore open a spatial fissure and left. Su Yu's expression was unsightly, and he was so furious that he couldn't cultivate peacefully even after midnight. In the main hall, a mirror appeared in front of Mo Tianxian, and Su Yu's current state was displayed in it. After she observed him for a long while, she asked suspiciously, Is he really not faking it? After she observed him for a long while and ascertained that Su Yu was really angry, she closed the mirror in disappointment. Su Yu obviously didn't know that Mo Tianxian was still observing him in secret after she left. However, to be on the safe side, Su Yu pretended to be angry just in case. It was only when the next day's dawn did Su Yu's anger gradually dissipate. I should have managed to deceive her for the time being. As for when Mo Tianxian will search my soul next time, I must still take precautions in advance. Su Yu broke out in cold sweat. He had hidden all of Jiuzhou continent's memories in a seal, as well as the other important memories. This was the only way he could deceive everyone. Meanwhile, outside the Red Blood Palace, in a mysterious place, Deputy Region Master Xiao and the Wood Clan's people were standing on a giant rock. Deputy Region Master Zhao's expression was unsightly. Hateful. We failed at the last moment, and it's all thanks to that lad. The Wood Clan's people crossed their arms and pondered. Jinmu, how should we explain this to the Region Master? It was a matter that was almost in the bag, yet it ended up in such a state. The Region Master's great plan will probably be delayed again, and if we go back like this, we won't have a good ending, Deputy Region Master Xiao said as he stared at Jinmu. Jinmu had a special background, and even the Heavenly Knife Region's master had to give him face. If Jinmu could take responsibility for this matter, then the punishment he would receive would be lessened greatly. Such a grave mistake occurred, and even I will be punished by the master, let alone you, Jinmu said thoughtfully. However, we can't avoid punishment, but we still have a chance to atone for our mistakes by meritorious deeds. Deputy Region Master Zhao's eyes lit up. Tell me. Jinmu's dull eyes revealed a human-like coldness. Do you still need to tell me? It's obviously to get rid of Su Yuxian and get rid of the Heavenly Knife Region's greatest threat. Deputy Region Master Xiao stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Are you referring to the Wood Clan's language that Su Yuxian is proficient in? Jinmu nodded in response, then shook his head. It's not just that. He has spatial magical abilities, divine decree, soul talent, and many other talents. He's on par with the Purple Cloud Palace's ancient spiritual bodies, Gu Taishu. He will surely become the Heavenly Knife Region's great enemy in the future, and we should kill him while he's still in the cradle. I believe that the Heavenly Knife Region's master will understand the significance of such a move. In fact, he did mention that Su Yu wasn't just proficient in the Wood Clan's language, but that he was a mysterious person who could even resonate with the Wood Clan's inherited bloodline memories. As a member of the Wood Clan, Jinmu was quite curious about what secrets he had. I agree, but Su Yuxian lives in the depths of the palace, and we will probably be discovered by Mo Tianxian the moment we step into the Red Blood Palace. Deputy Region Master Xiao voiced his concern. Jinmu sneered coldly. Why do you need to go through so much trouble? I've already prepared for this. Do you really think that my high-grade legendary cultivation technique is so easy to get? Chapter 947. Su Yu rested for a moment, then looked at the bright sunlight outside. There were few people around, so Su Yu got up and went to Bing Wuxin's house. He had to resolve some misunderstandings as soon as possible. When he arrived outside the house, the door opened silently and Bing Wuxin, who was sitting quietly inside, said, "Come in." It was obvious that she had been waiting for Su Yu. "What do you want to talk to me about alone?" Bing Wuxin asked. Su Yu pondered for a long time, then looked at her and said, "I want to talk about the matter between us." Bing Wuxin's expression became unnatural for a moment. Then she said calmly, "Is it about our engagement? If it is, there's nothing to talk about. I, Bing Wuxin, am a man of my word, and I won't go back on it." In her eyes, Su Yu had been pursuing her, and she had a good impression of him. So, it wouldn't be a problem for her to agree. Su Yu said seriously, "Senior Sister Wuxin, that's exactly what I want to talk about. I hope you're mentally prepared." Bing Wuxin's heart thumped, and she stared at Su Yu vigilantly. "What do you want to do?" She thought that Su Yu had an even more excessive request. Su Yu took a breath and was about to tell her the whole story. Suddenly, a jade slip in Su Yu's bosom was boiling hot. Su Yu felt the pain, and he immediately grabbed it. It was the jade slip that recorded the meteor light stream formation. Before Su Yu could grab it, the jade slip melted and turned into drops of jade-like spiritual liquid, which seeped into Su Yu's body through his pores. After the spiritual liquid entered his body, it was like a living thing, and it quickly attached itself to Su Yu's meridians and bones. The sudden change made Su Yu's expression change slightly. He immediately used his transparent eye to observe the strange changes of the jade-like spiritual liquid in his body, and he knew that it was far from good. With a thought, he activated the vital energy in his body and forced all of the spiritual liquid out of his body. However, the jade-like spiritual liquid seemed to have sensed it, and it condensed into a ball, blocking his meridians and preventing his vital energy from circulating smoothly. Then, something even more bizarre happened. The spiritual liquid attached to his bones forced them to move. Su Yu immediately used his physical strength to resist this power. However, the energy contained in the spiritual liquid was extremely strong, and he couldn't suppress it with his physical strength alone. Su Yu felt like his body was occupied by the spiritual liquid, and it was being controlled. That moo! Su Yu's expression turned grave, as he could feel a strong wood-based aura from the jade-like spiritual liquid. Bing Wuxin walked over with a strange look on her face. She asked, "Is there something wrong with you?" Everything that had happened just now had happened in a very short period of time, and had been done very discreetly. Bing Wuxin was not aware of it at all. Su Yu hurriedly waved his hand, signaling her not to come over. However, at that moment, Su Yu realized that he had even lost his voice. Apart from his bones, the spiritual liquid was spreading to his entire body, trying to gain complete control over him. Bing Wuxin didn't understand Su Yu's meaning. She walked over, raised her brows, and berated him. "Why are you trying to show off?" But in that instant, something that Bing Wuxin did not expect happened. All of a sudden, Su Yu's palm grabbed Bing Wuxin's chest and accurately grabbed a certain part of her chest. Bing Wuxin was stunned, as if she had been struck by lightning. She stood rooted to the ground in a daze. It was only when Su Yu pinched her with his hand that the pain jolted Bing Wuxin out of her trance. A face that was as cold as frost gradually turned red, and then it turned completely red like a red veil. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her silver teeth were tightly clenched together, making a clattering sound. Her beautiful face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes were wide open. A terrifying murderous energy whistled out of her body. The whole Demon Mountain, as well as the surrounding areas, were engulfed by this murderous energy. Gongsun Wuxia opened her sleepy eyes and climbed up to the roof in her pajamas. She mumbled, "Sister Wuxin, what happened?" As Gongsun Wuxia spoke, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Su Yu and Bing Wuxin, who were staring at each other. When her gaze fell on the posture of Su Yu's palm, she was startled and woke up from her sleepy state. Her eyes were wide open. "Brother Yuxian is molesting Sister Wuxin?" Gongsun Wuxia rubbed her eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, and after confirming it several times, she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. "Is this what you wanted to talk to me about when you came to talk to me alone?" Bing Wuxin's face was flushed, and blood was rising from the top of her head. She stared fixedly at Su Yu and spoke in a bone-chilling tone. Su Yu felt bitter in his heart. What's going on? Bing Wuxin's approach made Ling Yu instinctively feel threatened, so he subconsciously moved his palm to block it. Coincidentally, he managed to grab it. However, he couldn't open his mouth to explain, and even if he could, he wouldn't be able to. Hearing that Su Yu was silent and still grabbing her sensitive spot, Bing Wuxin was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. You pervert! She had waited patiently for a whole night, but all she got was Su Yu molesting her. Although she had prepared herself for Su Yu's indecent thoughts, she didn't expect that he would be dissatisfied and take liberties with her in public. It was as if Bing Wuxin's suppressed fury had completely erupted. "Die, heartless sword scar!" Bing Wuxin was furious, and she slapped Su Yu's palm away. At the same time, she pulled out her sword. A mighty sword was condensed on the blade, and she slashed it towards Su Yu's head. Su Yu hated the jade slip to the core, and he was even more furious. Given Bing Wuxin's temper, which man would dare to want her? The heartless sword scar had boundless might, and it wasn't at the fairy level at all. Su Yu could feel the 9th grade Almighty's aura flickering on her chest, and it was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed like it was about to break through some kind of limit and erupt completely. Su Yu cursed inwardly. His body was under Bing Wuxin's control, and he couldn't dodge it easily. Fortunately, Lingyu had a spiritual nature, and when he sensed danger, he controlled Su Yu's body to soar into the air. He crossed hundreds of miles with a single step and fled into the distance. Bing Wuxin's eyes were ice cold, and her face was flushed. She shouted angrily, "Pervert, if I don't destroy your body and soul today, I'm not a human." The strange emotions that Su Yu had given her when he had given her millions of merit points were instantly extinguished by her anger and humiliation. Bing Wuxin stepped into the air and chased after him, her killing intent shocking the heavens. Along the way, none of the disciples or elders dared to obstruct her. They all looked at each other in dismay as they watched the two of them chase after each other. Gong Sun Wuxia chuckled as she looked at Bing Wuxin's departing figure. She then stretched her body and said, "Well, it seems interesting for a couple to fight in bed. Let me follow them and take a look." In the depths of the fairy confining forest, Jinmu was concentrating on casting mysterious hand seals on a giant rock. All of a sudden, Jinmu opened his eyes and revealed a cold smile. "It's here. That jade slip has a seal that I refined, the soulwood essence sunflower. Once it enters your body, even if you are an all-creation old monster, you will still be controlled by me. Deputy Region Master Shao, you should prepare yourself. Take advantage of my control to kill him," Jinmu said. In terms of cultivation, Jinmu was as strong as a 6th grade Almighty, and he couldn't be distracted by elixirs and hand seals. As for Deputy Region Master Shao, he was a dignified 9th grade Almighty, and it would be effortless for him to kill Su Yu. Deputy Region Master Shao curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile, and he looked in the direction of the Red Blood Palace. "Being able to kill a genius with my own hands makes my trip worthwhile." However, Deputy Region Master Shao suddenly stiffened.